Special budget workshop. Today is Tuesday, June the 27th, 2023. It is 9:02 a.m. and we are in the community wing of City Hall. I would ask you all to please stand and join me in our Pledge of Allegiance, and following the pledge, you're welcome to remain standing for a moment of silence to reflect, meditate, or pause for a moment. Thank you, and please be seated. Clerk would call the roll, please.
Mayor Alfin.
Present.
Vice Mayor Danko.
Here.
Councilmember Hyder.
Present.
Councilmember Clufus.
Present.
Councilmember Pontieri.
Present.
All members are present.
Thank you. In order for, we're going to move to public participation, item D on your agenda. In order for city staff to be able to respond to your questions or concerns, please fill out a comment card with your contact information. The comment cards can be found on the table near the agendas or available from the communications marketing director seated in the back of the room. Anyone wishing to speak may approach the podium, provide their name, and may speak for up to 3 minutes. Please direct all comments to the mayor. Be concise and to the point. Avoid delaying or interrupting the proceedings, and do not make any irrelevant, impertinent, or slanderous comments. Any person who becomes disorderly may be barred from making any additional comments and may be removed. And before I call to the podium, I just want to get a consensus from City Council members that we are going to be visited by the Honorable Congressman Mike Waltz this morning, and he does not appear on the agenda. His will be a special presentation. I just need your consensus that that works, and I will interrupt the proceedings when he arrives, and he'll join us for a few minutes, and then we'll go back on the agenda. Do I have your consensus? Thank you. So with that, I would ask, are there any members of the public who would like to address City Council at this time? Please come forward. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Jeffrey Seib. The Parks and Recreation Survey report from the last City Council meeting was highly informative and showed that residents want certain amenities that the city also claims to want, and that now is the time for the city to put words into actions. While the survey response may not have adhered to the strictest statistical sampling reliability and validity guidelines, I believe that even with a larger sample size, the most frequent responses would essentially remain the same. The top responses of conservation and preservation of natural resources, open spaces, support and protection of wildlife, which requires protection of wildlife habitats, nature trails, sidewalks, and park expansion. These resident responses are also in line with the city's core beliefs of protecting the environment and conserving natural resources expressed recently to you by staff. One way for the city to accomplish having natural open spaces in our neighborhoods with a minimum of expenses to utilize as nature preserves the many city-owned properties that are interspersed in our neighborhoods. Another would be to adequately protect our wetlands by increasing the wetland buffer requirements. While city staff may not see a need for any new parks, certainly with all the present new growth and projected future growth, there will be a need for new parks. Large areas of undeveloped city-owned land were discussed at last week's City Council workshop to be utilized for economic development by private business. One of these properties could be set aside for a new park. As we have recently learned, our parks need a large area for sufficient parking and should be large enough to accommodate many sports fields to relieve the heavy use of current parks that was brought to your attention by the flag football guy. My suggestion is to take the PV grade, city-owned property of 103 acres and utilize it as a new park, and perhaps include the proposed new YMCA there. It's a natural, right in the middle of this area of new growth on US 1. It will help to spur economic activity in the area as much or more than the current recommendation from city staff of a giveaway to business. It's worth a study by a committee of environmental activists and park enthusiasts like the flag football guy, the users of the facilities. So, I hope that the findings of the park survey will translate into some type of positive action that will result in accomplishing some of the respondents' requests. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another member of the public that would like to address City Council at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I will close this section of the agenda for public comment, and Assistant City Manager Johnston will introduce our first presentation for today.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. Lauren Johnston, Assistant City Manager. As part of our annual budget process, Sheriff Staley is here to present data and metrics related to our law enforcement services. In a future workshop, we will bring our law enforcement contract with the Flagler Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Staley?
Sheriff Staley, welcome to City Hall. We are proud to have you as a guest today, and thank you very much for taking the time to make the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members. I appreciate the opportunity. And I know that we have some new council members that haven't sat through one of these before, so it won't just be about the budget. It will be a very quick educational component so that you really understand what the Sheriff's Office provides for the residents of Palm Coast, not just what you pay for enhanced services. So I'll go through this as quick as I can. If you will, just bear with me and be glad to answer any questions. So the Sheriff's Office is the largest and only full-service law enforcement agency in the county. We provide all court detention services in Flagler County, and our jail is the Sheriff Perry Hall Inmate Detention Facility, or as I like to call it, the Green Roof Inn, and with a capacity of 404 inmates. We also operate the 911 Center in Flagler County, which answers all 911 and non-emergency calls for the entire county, the 2 police departments and the fire departments and the Sheriff's Office. And there are more than 400 full-time and volunteer members serving you. Here is our mission. I won't read it in detail for you. You have this presentation, but we have the mission, the vision, our areas of focus, and I'll mention those: workforce excellence, technology maximization, positive community outcomes, and operational excellence, along with our core values, which spell out trust. And this was what the employees created, our mission, our values. And proof of that is I'm not that creative to be able to come up with the words to spell out trust. So they did a great job, but we live by that, and it's employee driven. Your law enforcement agency is a 4-diamond accredited agency. We hold accreditations in law enforcement accreditation, which for 6 years I served on. In my last year I was term limited, but I was actually the chair of the Florida Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement. Our corrections is accredited. In fact, our division chief actually sits on the Florida Corrections Accreditation Commission. Your 911 Center is accredited, and the agency is accredited in integrity. And by the end of this year, we will be a 5-diamond accredited agency, where the medical area of the jail will be nationally accredited. If we look back at 2022, crime is down 54%. It's the lowest crime rate in 25 years in Flagler County, despite fast growing population. And these are real victims that's down. So it's not a statistical game or anything like that. If you look at 2016, you'll see almost 1,900 victims. That's one victim that's counted under the federal and state guidelines. And last year there were 877. So that's a significant reduction in people being victimized. Calls for service, however, are skyrocketing, and I'll talk more about that in a minute. And our total crashes from 21 to 22 kind of maintained. They didn't really go up or down. So I just want to point out, while crime is down, your population is up. You'll see the crime index on the bottom graph, and the top graph is the population. Just puts it in a different perspective. Calls for service by zone for the city of Palm Coast. That does not include the unincorporated areas, so you can see that crime or calls for service are increasing. And a lot of those calls for service don't get counted in the UCR data. Disturbance calls, loitering and prowling unless there's an arrest made, those kind of things, barking dogs, swell parking violations, littering, things that traffic complaints. None of that stuff gets counted on the data that's reported to the state and the federal government. If you're curious about how you compare to the unincorporated county, there's the rest of the 5 sectors that cover, or 6 sectors that cover the unincorporated areas, and you can see that about, if you were to add all that up, it's about 72% of our calls for service are handled in the city of Palm Coast. Traffic fatalities, we didn't do too good in 2022 for traffic fatalities. They were up to 28 from 17 in 2021. And we analyze this all the time, and there's just no pattern for these traffic fatalities. What we can tell you is distracted driving plays a significant portion, and we see that increasing distracted driving crashes this year. And we can tell you that the state roads are the most dangerous, whether that's Interstate 95, US 1, State Road 100, and A1A tend to be the most dangerous roads to drive on. We don't really understand what goes on 95. It's just, in some cases, it's just being, the crash occurs, they just happen to enter Flagler County. For example, we had an RV that blew a tire, veered off the road, hit the tree, and the 2 occupants were killed. Now that tire could have blown in Volusia County because they were northbound. It could have blown in St. Johns County. It happened to blow in Flagler County. So those are the things I'm talking about. They're just totally unpredictable. Our 911 calls are increasing. You can see the graph, but so far in 2023, our 911 calls are up 12%, and our non-emergency calls are up 3%. So you can see that the calls for service are increasing with the population. One thing that's good is that to be accredited, we are required to answer a 911 call within 15 seconds or less is the goal. And requires the accreditation requires it to be 90% of the calls. We answer 99.7% of the calls within 15 seconds or less. Our jail population, so in 2016, when I was elected, the jail population averaged 128 inmates a night. We are now in 2022 averaging 275 inmates a night, and we have been over 300 inmates a night in the jail at times this year, and we're tracking just under 300 now. My prediction is with the summer months and as our community continues to grow that we will find that our average daily population in the jail will be at the 300 mark by the time we finish 2023. To try to help turn inmate lives around and make them productive citizens for those that aren't going to go to state prison. We know that most inmates in a county jail will at some point return to the community. And so we've implemented a lot of programs in the jail, whether it's a graphics design, and we do this with a partnership with mostly Flagler Technical College, so they can come out of the jail with a graphics design certificate. In fact, every patrol car that you see today, all those decals are applied, printed, and designed by the inmates to put on our cars. We have an HVAC program. We have electrical program, and the list goes on. And we have a really great partnership with one of the restaurants for a catering program, or actually a culinary program in the jail. And everyone that has completed that has been gainfully hired. And so what we try to do when we select these programs for the jail is, what do our business owners and leaders need? And so when you talk to the construction industry, they need workers in HVAC, electrical, plumbing, carpentry, those kind of things. So we work with FTC to get the staff to teach them in the jail. We also have GED programs, anger management, and the list goes on and on. In fact, our program was recognized by the American Jail Association just about a month and a half ago, where the jail was awarded the 2023 American Jail Association's Innovation Award of the Year for a jail of our size. And we're considered a medium-sized facility. Most of this falls under an umbrella called SMART. I mentioned that the jail accreditation, healthcare will be should be received if there's no hiccups, and I don't anticipate any by the end of the year, and that's quite an accomplishment if you look back at where the jail was, especially in its medical, pre-2017.
Sure. A quick question, is 5 diamonds the maximum number of diamonds that an agency can be accredited?
Oh, no, we can keep on going.
Okay, just curious, gotcha.
Yeah, so Seminole County Sheriff's Office, for example, has, I think, at least 9 the last time I looked.
Gotcha.
Most agencies across the country, and even in Florida, do not even have 1. And so we have 4 currently, and we'll have 5, so it's quite an accomplishment. And what accreditation does is it makes sure that your agency is delivering with the most professional and cutting edge, not only policies, but technology use to serve the community that they serve. So to me, it's very important to do that.
Thank you.
Yep. So some of the initiatives new for 2023, we're going to continue to leverage force or technology as a force multiplier to combat and reduce crime. My feeling is that no crime is acceptable. That our goal in the Sheriff's Office is to reduce crime. We'll probably never get it to 0, but that's at the end of the day, that's what we should be working on. We should not accept any crime. Continue to work with the Board of County Commissioners and you as a City Council to bring staffing levels up to an appropriate level, and I will touch on that a little bit more in just a second. We've implemented a swing shift during the peak calls for service. So that our staffing is where it needs to be when those calls for service are at the peak, which tends to be, right before lunch and right when people get home. Crashes go up, driving to and from, and then they start drinking, so then we have disturbance calls and stuff like that. We added 3 additional motor units. One of our biggest complaints is traffic for quality of life, especially in the neighborhoods. So we had a 5-member motorcycle unit for decades. We just added 3 to that, and if you recall, a few years ago, probably 4 or 5 years ago now, you funded 5 dedicated traffic units to the city of Palm Coast. Those are the Mustangs. So we went from only 5 to now 13, and predominantly all of them stay, for the most part, in the city of Palm Coast, because that's where the complaint issues come in. We added an additional deputy to the Marine unit, so we now have 7-day coverage on our waterways and canals, and supplemented by a volunteer COP patrol boat also. We outsourced our IT services to save money and enhance services that are dedicated to the Sheriff's Office. Some of the other things you'll see is rapid SOS, so that's a way that people in the community, when they call 911, a dispatcher can send them a link, and if they accept the link, they can show us in real time with their camera what is exactly going on at the scene. Deputies in the field can see that. Of course, sometimes they're driving emergencies, so we don't want them looking at their computer screen. So the dispatchers can give live updates to them also. Rapid DNA at booking. In this legislative session, there's 11 test sites for rapid DNA in jails across the state. Florida Sheriff's Association, that was an initiative from them, and we are one of them. So that's a $250,000 grant that is effective July 1st, so probably sometime by the end of the year, early next year, we will have rapid DNA at booking. We've applied for a find grant. I know one of the commissioners is here, and we just made a presentation to him to replace an aging patrol boat. And haven't heard the outcome, hint there, Randy, but I think we'll be okay. And that's a boat that will allow us to better patrol your canals, because you have a lot of low bridges on the canals, and this boat will be able to get under those bridges. And we're also in the process of implementing biometrics in the jail, which is the next thing above fingerprints, I guess, or equivalent to fingerprints, but that's where everybody is going, is biometrics. As you may know, I mentioned already crime's down 54%, but you do an annual, well, every other year, I believe, survey, and 92% of your residents felt safe in the city of Palm Coast. 84% of respondents said those services from the Sheriff's Office are good or excellent, and 82% related crime prevention in the city either good or excellent, and 81% felt very or somewhat safe about property crimes, and 84% felt safe from violent crime. And you know, I can give you an anecdote on how you can gauge this without a survey too, because it's what I do. As you see residents walking on your bike trails or riding bikes, walking on your trails, that means they feel safe to do that, because you only see that occurring if they feel safe to be able to go outdoors and enjoy the Palm Coast community and all the amenities. Also, 15 safest cities in Florida, Palm Coast ranked second. And you should be very proud of that, because you helped fund the ability for that ranking through your enhanced policing contract. And the only place that beat Palm Coast was the Villages. And so I'll leave that to your imagination on maybe why that occurred. As you know, Flagler County is now the 3rd fastest growing county in the state. And Palm Coast now is the 18th fastest growing city in the United States. And Palm Coast is now the largest city in the Volusia-Flagler area. And so you can be proud of that, but just keep in mind that also impacts services. And there was an article written here that this destination is the best kept secret in Northeast Florida. Now that they wrote this article, it's not the best kept secret. I think we know that because of all the growth that's occurring. And it was talking about the city of Palm Coast. And then, of course, your recent large haul from the state legislature for the expansion of Matanzas Woods and opening that area, plus all the other money you got from the state. So the growth is coming. I know a lot of people in the community don't want the growth, It's coming whether we like it or not. It's here now, and it's only going to grow. And nobody can stop that growth as long as the zoning allows it, right? So this is a look at the predictions from the University of Florida on what your population will be in the city, which is the blue line, and the green line is Flagler County. And that is what your fire department's building for and planning for, and it's the same thing with your sheriff's office. This next one is new deputy sheriffs, and I think this is important to understand this slide, because the yellow graph is the city of Palm Coast funded deputy sheriffs, and the green graph is the county. So you can see that we're really playing catch up, that it really hasn't been, it's been sporadic would be the best way to describe it, rather than a steady growth to handle the population increase. So, you know, for the last almost 7 years now, I've worked with you and the Board of County Commissioners to try to play catch up and prepare for the growth. So I think it's important to understand what you have funded and what the county has funded. And quite frankly, no one's done a great job on that. So our current trends, here's what we're seeing. Our residential burglaries are up, but I don't want your residents that are here and maybe listening to be afraid that someone's breaking into their house. Under the law, the residential burglary includes homes under construction, and that is where the majority of our burglaries are occurring. In the old days, it would just be called a larceny, but because they enter the residence, it's a burglary under the NIBIN's requirements. So we are seeing, and this was the last time Flagler County and Palm Coast had a big boom. If you go back and look at those numbers, the same things were occurring. Many of these are contractors stealing from other contractors, especially if there is a supply chain issue. Lumber, or they need a piece, they go down to someone else's home that's under construction and take it. And we've been trying to work with the builders to set up like the lumber and put tracking devices on, or appliances, things like that, to be able to apprehend these people. And there's a reluctance to do that because then they got to go to court and have to, you know, all these other things. Domestic violence is up, unfortunately this year. Larceny is those materials, again, either at construction sites or primarily shoplifting, primarily from two stores, Target and Walmart. And then robbery is up a little bit, but it's usually a known suspect in there. If you are curious on the cost of a deputy sheriff, it's $142,548, and the deputies don't get paid that. They probably wish they did, but you can see the breakdown here on the cost of a deputy sheriff. If you're curious about the sheriff's budget, the lighter green, almost kind of a yellowish, is your contract, which is about 15% of the sheriff's budget. The county is about 57%. If you add those two together, it's, if I did my math right here, it's like 72%. That's what law enforcement, out of my total budget, 72% goes into law enforcement. And then the rest is detention, the schools, and the jail. Under your existing contract, if you recall, last year I made an agreement with you that I would not come back and ask for additional deputy sheriffs, so I'm keeping my commitment to you. Although I clearly could justify it, but I made that commitment to you. So this is what you're paying for, and it's $747,640 increase just to maintain existing services. And let me tell you where most of that is. Most of that is inflation at 5.3% COLA, plus our contractual step increases under the collective bargaining agreements. The Florida legislature adopted new rates for the Florida retirement system. And because 2/3 of my employees are special risk, and that's the highest rate, it went from 27.83% to 32.67% effective July 1. Now, nobody expected that. So just to give you an idea of that impact, and I didn't come back to you for it, but just for July 1 to September 30th, that's an impact into my budget of $500,000, like $496,000, okay, just in those 3 months. And that's something that I'm doing my best to absorb within our budget for that, because nobody expected that kind of an increase. We have a maximum 9.78% increase in health insurance premiums. And remember last year you funded 3 deputies for only 9 months. So you have a full 12 month for that going into this fiscal year. This is what is being requested, just to give you an idea of the deal you're getting. The county requested an additional $4.1 million, and you can see their breakout here. I've asked for 5 new deputy sheriffs. Those deputy sheriffs will not be going into patrol. I would like to put them into patrol, but I need them in my detention because of the growth and the impact there. And I can go into more detail on what occurs every time. You know, every time we add deputy sheriffs and law enforcement, it impacts detention, it impacts records, it impacts the communication center, and the list goes on. And then you'll see the cost of living, the COLA at 5.3%, what's costing that retirement increase I just talked about for the full year on the county side, the insurance premiums, more inmates, we got to feed them more, and we're getting hit with the inflation in the food like every homeowner is in the county. And we're required to provide 2,000 calories per day to an inmate, and we don't give them 2001, it's 2,000. And then fuel increases, communications, our taser, Axon, camera contract, our LPRs, those kind of things. So some things we do to reduce the cost, we use a lot of volunteers. They donated over $800,000 in volunteer time last year. Inmate work crews provided over $100,000 in value, mostly for landscape, or they helped us move into our new facility last year, so we didn't have to have a moving company, things like that. We look at increasing efficiency to reduce crime. I've already mentioned that. We've really implemented a culture in the sheriff's office for innovation and motivation. Our detention services implemented, I mentioned all this, so I'll save you some time there, the different programs that we have in there. And we're constantly looking for grant opportunities. So just under $500,000 in grants were received last year. You can see them listed here on what we received. That's services that we would not be able to do without the grant. Some future opportunities that we all will have to deal with. Law enforcement agencies in St. John's, Volusia, Putnam are raising salaries. St. John's County Sheriff's Office pay is going to $55,000 starting October 1. And the goal of the sheriff up there is by the following fiscal year, 24-25, he will be at $60,000. Volusia County Sheriff's Office is at $51,500. Don't know what they're going to yet in October. Putnam County Sheriff's Office is at $47,000, but they are a financially strapped county, so the state is giving them $1.2 million. And as I mentioned to the Speaker of the House, that's an unintended consequence when the state does that for the 29 financially strapped counties. It puts pressure on the rest of us. My starting pay today is $50,200. And with the COLA, it will push it to $52,861. So you can see we're falling behind. That is going to have to be addressed in the future. The total cost of training a new deputy sheriff is about $150,000 from the time they leave to the hiring process, all the background, psychs and all that stuff, getting them on board, putting them in the academy, the state academy, because you can't hire people today that are already certified. Unfortunately, that's what we used to do. No one wants to do that now, so we have to pay the academy, pay them while they're in the academy, They graduate the state academy, then they have to come to us for our internal academy and know our policy and procedures and then the field training. So basically, it's cheaper to keep them than to replace them, and which is why we need to remain competitive. And every time we lose a deputy, and fortunately my turnover rate is right around 3%, which is unheard of, but we're doing a good job retaining. You lose that deputy sheriff for a year. You're paying for one, but they're not fully trained where they can operate solo for a year. The state keeps raising the FRS rates. You're familiar with that too. But just to give you an example of what it was, for special risk, and remember that's a deputy sheriff, corrections deputy. I think you have some people in FRS, that's firefighters, those kind of things. In 2021, special risk was 24.45% of the salary. And we're not allowed to pass that on to the employee. Okay, the employee does contribute 3% of their salary on top of that. By 2023, 23-24 fiscal year, so the one that we're talking about, it's going to 32.67%. So it went from 24.5 basically to basically 33. That's a huge rate increase. And no one controls that except for the legislature and the fiduciary responsibility of the FRS. Jacksonville criminals are increasingly coming to Flagler County to commit crimes, unfortunately. They see this as a ripe community. Fortunately, we've been able to get on them pretty fast because they hit our LPRs. And I'll just give you one example on how well this works, and the message is slowly getting to the Jacksonville dirtbags. They come, so recently, when I say recently, probably 2 months ago, we had a group of 4 in a stolen car. They came, well, it wasn't reported stolen at the time. They came to St. Johns County, did a bunch of auto burglaries there early in the morning. They came to Flagler County, did some burglaries. They went to Volusia County, did some burglaries, left the car there, stole a car out of Volusia County, drove it back to Jacksonville. Through our technology resources, we were able to identify the individuals, and we had them all on warrants within just a few days and recovered most of the stolen property. About 3 weeks after that, a group out of Jacksonville came down, hit St. Johns County, skipped Flagler County, and went to Volusia County. That's the message I want the Jacksonville, Orlando, and Daytona dirtbags. Go wherever you want to play, go play, except in Flagler, because we're going to arrest you in there. So they do have a little network that they know where to stay out of. The other thing that I'll point out, and this is a combined cost for city and county public safety expenditures. Now that includes law enforcement and fire rescue EMT. So just so you know, Flagler County total, which includes the costs that cities pay, is 46th out of 67 counties. So we're in the bottom third of what is really being paid around the state. If you look at the average cost per capita is $977.81. In Flagler County, it's $640.81. So we're 35% less than the state average cost for this. And with that, I'll be glad to turn it over for any questions that you may have.
Appreciate the presentation, and I'm just going to summarize briefly because I think city council members may have some questions. But first of all, I want to congratulate your department. I think you've graduated your second senior officer at the FBI Academy. So I'm assuming that goes a long way to credentials and spotlights your department throughout the region, which would hopefully keep the bad guys away as well.
So Mayor, that's like the West Point of law enforcement. I'm a graduate of that. We have one individual that still is with us, one retired that had previously attended. And not only does it give you that leadership refinement, but it does help build the reputation of your agency. And I can tell you that when I came over as sheriff in 2017, this agency used to go look at what other agencies were doing. Now the opposite is true. They're coming to look at us. In fact, I just had a phone call with the Ocala police chief that had come over to look at our real-time crime center, and he couldn't believe the statistics that I just explained to you. And he called me to confirm it. I said, I'll send you the slides, it's proof. And so you have a very well-known law enforcement agency really across the Southeast.
Right. So let me just go through my notes. So obviously, the community thanks you for your efforts and applaud the statistical success. And you had mentioned before that we are the second safest city in the entire state of Florida. So I can't speak highly enough about that. But while our residents consider public safety their priority, the preservation of our quality of life is equally important. So what I'm going to drive at here is kind of that balance. Palm Coast and Flagler County are, as you said, experiencing increased growth, in part due to your successful efforts. To balance the formula for quality of life, we must consider the balance between serious crime, crime prevention, and enforcement with an equally vigilant watch. Enforcement must be assigned to reckless and dangerous driving and increasing trash and litter offenses. The clean and pristine look of Palm Coast is one of our most valuable assets and an integral amenity that requires police enforcement to improve current conditions. So here's my ask. So it's only fair you get to ask, I get to ask too, and so does City Council. So I am asking you to offer us a plan as part of our agreement to collaborate on a 5-year comprehensive plan and include programs that the city and the sheriff work together on to, one, reduce bad driving, and you have much more expertise probably than we do. So we'll look to you on initiatives, programs, things that we might try that could help us there, raise the awareness that we've got bad drivers, there's no question about it. And number two, to raise the awareness on littering offenses. I mean, maybe we just make it so severe that nobody will consider doing it. It's not that I expect the sheriff to be out there, you know, with the grabbers, but together I think that we can form initiatives to, again, raise that bar on awareness and let the public know that, in fact, we are listening and we do work together. And it's not just city sheriff now, it's city, sheriff, county, and the other cities as well. We all experience the same thing. So you talked about growth and what the impact of that is. So I'll just end with balancing growth requires smart, planned management of many different components, i.e. public safety, community development, city services, etc. Sheriff operations is one of the most important. We thank you for helping to make Palm Coast one of the most desirable places to live in all of Florida and far beyond that. So with that, I would ask Vice Mayor questions, comments today?
So I just want to correct the mayor on one thing. I know firsthand that if you see someone littering, you will pull them over and give them the option to go pick up the litter and put it back in their car. So I know you're actively involved. And
I enjoy doing that too, by the way, Vice Mayor.
I know you do. And we spoke about a litter program probably a year and a half ago, and I think we've got something finally coming back. Am I not correct, City Manager? So hopefully we will increase those fines, and basically, as we both know, people just don't start littering today. They've been doing it their whole lives, and those are the folks that we have to deal with.
Right,
I have to tell you, you know I'm a big supporter of your force, just like I am our fire department, our EMTs, all our first responders. It's a must-have for our community. And I have to tell you, I'm so impressed. You know, on our cell phones, whenever you guys dispatch, we get notified. And what really amazes me, a short time later, like 99% of the time, We then get notified that the suspect is in custody or the problem's been solved or whatever. And the response that you guys have, it's super fast, super professional, super quick. And I'm always just impressed to see it firsthand. And so I have nothing else but praise for you, Sheriff, and your department.
Well, thank you. Can I address the mayor and the vice mayor there on your comments? So first off, let me commend the men and women of the sheriff's office that I get to lead. You know, I set the tone, I set the vision, I set the direction, but they carry it out. So they're the ones that are delivering for you on a day-to-day basis. As far as the littering, we look forward to working with you. I am a firm believer it's probably a 4-decade-old theory that I believe is still accurate today. It's called the broken windows theory. And the broken windows theory is if you deal with the quality of life issues, the broken windows, the trash, when the book was written, it was the turnstile jumping in New York City. If you deal with that stuff, then you prevent from crime escalating. And I'm a firm believer of that. And clearly, the littering is a clear part of that. As far as the quick response times, let me tell you that is only possible because over the last 7 years, you have funded, and so has the county, funded additional deputy sheriffs. We are no longer a reactive agency, we are a proactive agency. And that's why it's critically important to not fall behind, which frankly, as you saw from the graphs, we haven't done a good job overall for decades to maintain pace with the growth. So that we need to keep that so we don't become a reactive agency. You become a reactive agency, quite frankly, you'll become, I hate to trash my old agency, but you'll become a city of Orlando and Orange County, big city with big city problems. And once you lose control, you've lost it. It's almost impossible to get back. So, and as far as the working with all the entities involved in these quality of life issues, I think it's a multi-pronged attack. You have to do the enforcement, you have to do the education to try to prevent that. As far as the drivers, and that's one of our largest quality of life complaints. And so what we do is try to use our resources efficiently. So when those complaints come in, we put up, they're basically hidden speed cameras. Now they don't write tickets, but they tell us what times the speeding is occurring and if it is a perception or reality so that we can focus our resources appropriately. 2 years ago, I put radar in every marked patrol car and a few unmarked cars. Because you can't impact a quality of life issue if the deputies don't have the tools to do that. And that's not just putting in the equipment in the car. Under Florida law, every deputy has to be trained in 40 hours. Now, back when I started my career, you were just handed the radar unit, you did a tuning fork, everything was fine, and you didn't have to go to school. But over the years, attorneys figured out, and then judges made decisions, and now translated into a 40-hour class to be radar certified. And the academies don't teach that, so that's part of our in-house training. So we have done that. But at the end of the day, there are more speeders than there are deputy sheriffs, and fines don't necessarily resolve the problem because fines have skyrocketed over my career, and we still have a lot of speeders. And so it takes a combination of enforcement and education and prevention.
Well, I'm looking forward to going out with you on Friday night on that ride.
All right, very good.
Yep.
We'll get it set up.
All right, thank you.
Councilperson Pontieri, questions, comments?
Mayor, good morning, Sheriff, and thank you for the presentation. Obviously, I echo the praise of my colleagues, and I specifically want to commend Chief Ingert because I know the population in the jail is growing, and that takes a lot of work, and also our dispatchers are an integral part of the law enforcement agency, so specifically want to thank them for all their hard work. Being that our population is increasing, but the crime statistics are decreasing. What do you attribute that to? Is it kind of the proactive policing? Is it technology? I know we have a lot of success with our LPRs and the Real-Time Crime Center. And I ask that question so that we can specifically look at what we should focus funding on and what we should encourage from our friends over at the county to encourage funding on in order to keep engaging in that proactive policing.
So I think it's a combination of all of the above. I think it's a combination of using technology. Our Real-Time Crime Center just does an amazing job with the analysts there. Our LPRs are phenomenal, and we have not only a public-private partnership with Town Center. I think those LPRs, they've been a challenge. I think we started this partnership with them on this probably almost 3 years ago, and there's been a lot of challenges in that partnership, but I think we're finally there to where you'll see those LPRs come online in the next few months. And I have a motivated workforce, but more importantly, I have the staffing now to be able to be proactive. And, you know, we analyze the workload, the calls for service by the hour, and that's why we implemented the swing shift. That's a permanent shift that comes in 7 days a week to handle where the peak volume come in, because I don't need the same number of deputy sheriffs generally at 4 o'clock in the morning than I do at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. However, it's at 4 o'clock in the morning when these little burglars, in fact, we just arrested a 50-year-old burglar going through a neighborhood in Palm Coast, in this particular case, pulling on car doors. And when they finally find one unlocked, then they go in it. So he was not your typical burglar. He was in his 50s. And if you haven't seen the video, we have it on our social media pages. But it was a great job. But it was also the result of a partnership with a community, because we very much push, see something, say something. And a resident saw something on their Ring doorbell. This person pulling on the car doors. Unfortunately, their doors were locked, so they went to a neighbor's. But they called us and gave us a great description. Of course, we really appreciate he was wearing orange shirt, and he must like orange because now he's wearing a jumpsuit that's called orange. And the deputies got there, but they were able to get there in time and quickly to apprehend this guy. And then as we backed the investigation from him back, we actually discovered 3 auto burglaries that he had committed. So it's all of that above. But even though you use technology as a force multiplier, just, you know, when you call the sheriff's office on a neighborhood dispute or something, technology doesn't solve that, and deputies have to be able to respond.
So help me understand and reconcile the stats. If crime is down 54%, but our jail population is increasing and the calls for service are increasing, if you could just help me reconcile that. Maybe it's the definition of crime in that specific statistic. Is that crime with a victim? And maybe we're putting people in jail for what we would call victimless crimes?
So, well, I guess I can answer that, Councilwoman, is that when they're in the jail, they're not committing crimes. And so that's a piece of it. And the other piece of it is that we are proactive. And the other piece of that is for the calls is that the majority of the calls that we're seeing increasing are not crime related. So they're mental health, they're disturbance calls, they're barking dogs, they're quality of life issues in a neighborhood, car crashes, okay? None of that's counted. Even the traffic fatalities, unless there is a crime, is not counted on a UCR NIBINS, which they just changed it to database. So it's hard to answer. I know it sounds like, okay, crime's down, why do you need more deputies? Well, crime's down, but we're still answering all this other stuff. And crime's down because we're able to apprehend them before they can do 20, 30 car burglaries. They did 3 and we got them into the jail.
Well, and I do want to commend your agency, because I by no means think that because crime is down, we don't need to fund more deputies. I don't want that to be the perception. What I'm trying to figure out is, you know, as we're looking in the future to fund things, what should we, because I know that the staffing analysis that you all use is a workload-based approach. So as we're trying to anticipate budgetary needs, what should we look at as far as metrics go to determine what it is that your agency is going to need from us?
So I can tell you, and I know that there is a meeting coming up, I want to say later this week, the 27th maybe, or something, where a joint city-county meeting is occurring on how do we fund public safety long-term. I can tell you what Orange County does, because we just pulled the records for that kind of data point. Orange County, under their law enforcement impact fee, says that a deputy sheriff will handle 226 calls a year. Now that doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a formula that's used in that on how long a call takes and how many people you need. Some calls you need one person, some calls you need 5 people, those kind of things. So it's a formula based on that, and that's really a pretty good way to anticipate as community grows, calls for service grow up, what is it required to maintain the same service level that you have today based on population and calls for service. So that would be something that I would hope that we would look at in this meeting that's coming up.
So just the last thing that and this is kind of my ask, I really appreciate the 3 extra motor units. I know from up here we've really been emphasizing more traffic safety and enforcement, and so I appreciate the Sheriff's Office listening to the residents and to us as well and helping us in that regard. The one thing that I hear from our residents a lot is that they don't feel there's enough of a police presence, or they don't see our deputies out at parks and at some of our higher crime areas. So without kind of divulging the secrets of your law enforcement agency, what can you give our residents as far as assurances that our deputies are out patrolling and that there is a strong police presence in Palm Coast?
Well, I do occasionally hear that comment. The majority of the time, though, frankly, I hear the opposite, that they see cars everywhere. And here's what we do to make sure that our team is focused. We have 3 districts in the county. Deputies are permanently assigned to those districts so that they get to know the community. So District 1 is Island, District 2 is Palm Coast, District 3 is unincorporated West Side, okay? And but every week we have a crime maps meeting. It's kind of like a playbook between our analysts, real-time crime center. Where are we seeing the trends? So if you're playing football, it's kind of your football playbook for the week. And we say, here's the trends that we're seeing, and here is who we think might be doing it. Usually if you make that list, you visit the Green Roof Inn before the next crime maps meeting. And so we try to focus our employees and our services to where the trends are showing. And so you might see more police activity in that one area. And then there's also, keep in mind, I have unmarked cars too. So, there's a combination of units that are out there. So hopefully that answered your question. But frankly, I do hear just the opposite more than the occasional, we never see a car. Mm-hmm. And some of that response is, were they always looking out their front window for a car to drive by? Our cars all have GPS in them, so we know where our cars are every bit of the time. Every car has a car camera, and every deputy sheriff has a body camera. So they're tracked just about, and both the car and the body camera have GPS on them too. So we know where everybody's at.
No, that does answer my question. Thank you. So thank you again for being here, for the candor and the transparency, and thank you to your administrative staff and everybody that works in your agency.
Thank you.
Councilperson Hyder.
Yes, thank you so much, Sheriff Stolly, for that
Certainly.
great presentation. I just have a couple of questions. First of all, I was very impressed by the different programs and educational training that's offered to the inmates at the prison. And I would just like to know, is there a criteria that they have to meet and be able to participate in those programs?
There is.
And what is
uh,
that criteria?
If you would like a full presentation on that, I'll have Chief Ingert do that. But every program has a little difference to it. So for our MAP program, which is medically assisted treatment program to get them off their drugs, there's a qualification for that, not just medical, but a willingness to go through the program and then participate fully. Some people are going to go to state prison, so we're not going to put them in programs that we know is going to be no value back to Flagler County. What we will do is help them get a GED. We will help them anger management, things like that, before they go to the state, because quite frankly, at the state, in my opinion, they don't get anything.
So,
So every program has a slightly different criteria.
okay, I understand that. Well, I really think that it's great that you do have those programs available. Also, and what would you say is the success rate of these programs that you offer once these inmates are released and are looking at coming back into recidivism into the city?
So I can tell you that without programs, the recidivism rate is about 75%. With the programs, and we do track those individuals, our recidivism rate is down to about 30%. So we have a very good success rate. I will tell you on our culinary program, with the inmates that have gone through that program and have been released, I think we're up to about 8 now. Only 1 has relapsed and failed. But our partnership with this local restaurant owner, he helps them set themselves up for success, not just coming out with a state certified card, but he helps them get housing so they're not going back to that same environment. One of the things that we do in our MAT program, in our SMART program, is we set up a plan for them for when they get out of jail. Where are they going? Where are they going to work? Where are they going to live? And they have follow-up counselors. We have a behavioral response unit, and we also have now mental health and addiction counselors in the jail, all paid for by a grant. So we're giving them the tools to be successful, and hopefully they take advantage of it and remain on that track.
And what is the cost to the Sheriff's Department for all of these different programs?
Well, right now, it's a partnership with either volunteers from churches to and Flagler Technical College, so they're funding it, but they get what they call full-time equivalent money from the state for these programs, so it's like being in a vocational ed class that's funded. And then, so that cost comes out of different pockets, if you will. To the taxpayers in Flagler County, so far, about $1.7 million in state and federal grants. So that's taxpayer money technically, but if we didn't get it back to Flagler County, it would have gone to some other community. So I believe in getting as much federal and state money back to Flagler County as I can for our services. So out of the ad valorem taxes, if you will, so far, the only component that we have on that is where we would have to pay to house them to begin with, and to move them from one jail cell to a program and stuff like that. So that part is very minimal, and we'd have that anyways.
Well, I have to say that I think the programs are great because education and training mean a lot to this community as a whole because it makes it also a better place to live by giving them the education and training. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Councilperson. And Councilman Clufus, can you take us out?
For sure. I would just like to thank the Sheriff for this great presentation. I would also say that I think it's important for this council and future councils to remember how we can find force multipliers. I'm proud that we have worked together, and over the last 7 years, we've enabled the Sheriff's Office to have access to over 160 of our real-time cameras from the city of Palm Coast that greatly aids in their ability to have a real-time crime center. I think that's fantastic. I look forward to future opportunities. I do read often, I know it's a contentious thing, but about electrification of fleet vehicles for sheriff's operations across the country. Hopefully, potentially in the future, there's an opportunity for the city and the county to potentially have some type of beta or prototype program. But I know that our sheriff and our staff are always looking for opportunities like that. So I just want to say thank you, and I'm grateful for your application of policing in our city, and our citizens do feel safe, so thank you.
Thank you.
Also,
Can I-
one more thing. So I oftentimes also get the comment where we don't see police officers around the streets. I say, go for a ride with me. I have a radar detector. You guys are everywhere, and you just don't see each other. That's God's honest truth. Yeah.
And
Well,
with
now I
your,
know why we haven't stopped you with that radar detector.
Always
Thank
the
you.
speed limit.
and Sheriff, with your permission, and I think city staff will certainly agree with me, I would like all of us to thank Chief Strobridge, who is the unheralded, humble negotiator of these lengthy agreements. So I just wanted to do a shout out to the chief and thank you both for all that you do. And I would ask if you could, Brittany, if you come for us and get a picture of all of us with the sheriff today, would be great.
Mayor, while Brittany's coming up, if I could just answer the EV question.
Yeah,
So we have actually looked at that, especially for our COPs. So we have hybrid vehicles with the COPs, but unlike a private citizen that gets tax credits, so far it is not cost effective for us to do that. And, but we have looked at it, believe it or not.
One day in the future.
Okay.
Yeah, come on.
This way, and I'll just make sure I'll send you nothing after the half grace you down.
Mayor, your guests should arrive any minute.
All right, so you want to just intro?
Yep.
So the next presentation up this morning before our special guests is a presentation for the Strategic Action Plan project plans.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. Lauren Johnston, Assistant City Manager. I'm here to review your Strategic Action Plan priorities. If you recall, we have an annual process that we adopt these priorities. We've conducted 2 evaluations, and then they were adopted unanimously on May the 2nd. Today, we will review their project plan, so that's projected outcomes, any of staff's time, and any budgetary expenditures for next fiscal year. Each of those priorities fall into these pillars, and each pillar is defined on the slide. We have strong, resilient economy, safe and reliable services, civic engagement, and sustainable environment and infrastructure. I'm going to go into our first priority, which is Town Center should promote a home for arts and culture, including opportunities for performance, display, and creative expression. An objective here, which was added this year, is staff should investigate grant opportunities and other funding sources. If you recall, city staff gave a presentation with our consultant, Johnson Consultings, on February 14th. We have launched events in Town Center. We expanded and enhanced our criteria for cultural arts grants, and we've continued discussions with United We Art. Some projected outcomes this year is staff to investigate those grant opportunities and other funding sources, partner with United We Art to create a conceptual site plan and phased approach to the event center, and conduct a business plan. Okay. Next priority is Palm Coast brands its future as a city on the rise to include becoming a regional model for medical training and careers. Our Economic Development Manager, Ms. Barbara Fedor, has met with National Healthcare Real Estate Development Company, who has created a portfolio of healthcare service providers investigating new markets in Florida. She's also met with local higher education institutions to receive update on their current healthcare program offerings. Some objectives would be to create a branding and marketing materials on the healthcare industry sector, conduct a healthcare industry feasibility study, and communicate with higher education institutions to encourage expansion of their program offerings. Okay. Our next priority is a new priority for fiscal year 24, to develop economic opportunity tools and communication strategies to support and sustain small businesses. New objectives in this priority being create a business recruitment package that includes incentives to diversify our business offerings in our community. You'll hear that presentation later this morning. Develop a fast tracking process to cut red tape, minimize delays in opening, and make more financially feasible. And focus on commercial development, including retail and restaurants in the town center core. A projected outcome here is to re-engage SBDC for small businesses support and financial resources. As I mentioned before, the incentives coming before this council this morning, working with community development to analyze, process, and reevaluate development review procedure. Increase promotion of our BRX program and strengthen communication with stakeholders, and then collaborate with staff to develop an outline for the business tax receipt application. Okay, our next priority is Palm Coast's future expansion is guided by master planning for smart managed growth. This is a modified priority for fiscal year 24. We do have a few new objectives, being staff should develop an infrastructure plan to include conservation, public safety, water resources, transportation, and economic resiliency, and also create a communication strategy to promote business recruitment and community benefits. This is also looped into our goal of conducting the comprehensive plan evaluation that's already kicking off this year and will be deep dive into next fiscal year. That consultant's contract was approved at your last business meeting on 6/20. Projected outcomes is deliver the Youth Sports Activity Center feasibility study and again go through that comprehensive plan update. Our next priority is conduct an analysis of new and untapped revenue sources to help lessen the reliance on residential property taxes and relieve the burden on residential homeowners. This is a new priority for fiscal year 24. We have a few projected outcomes being provide a current list of revenue sources to council with comparison to other municipalities. Analysis of other revenue sources that Florida municipalities have that the city of Palm Coast does not utilize, an analysis of untapped revenue sources, and conduct an analysis of current user fees for general fund for cost recovery. Okay, our next priority is millage rate should be revenue neutral for taxpayers. This is a new priority for fiscal year 24, and as part of your budget process, this will be reviewed as part of the city manager's review with the departments, and then presentations for city during the for city council during the trim guidance, property tax, and setting the millage rate. Our last priority in this pillar is staff should conduct an analysis of commercial solid waste hauling. This is a new priority for fiscal year 24. Our staff has researched current process of collecting from franchise fee from commercial haulers operating within the city. And through this next fiscal year, we hope to engage a consultant to conduct an analysis of commercial hauling insourcing costs and develop a business plan. Compare and contrast insourcing plan and red. Can we just pause? Yeah.
City Council, you okay if we take a pause for a moment? Very good.
Absolutely.
So,
I just briefly want to introduce our most distinguished guest, the Honorable Congressman, Mr. Mike Waltz, who has found time with his busy schedule in D.C., and he said he's very happy to be here today and not in D.C., to just share a few comments, and then following that, we'll have a very brief Q&A. If you all have any questions, I may reach out to the audience as well. So, Congressman, welcome.
Hey, thank you. Well, hey, thank you. Well, it's really an honor to spend a few minutes with you, and I mean that genuinely. To me, city councils, county commissions are where the rubber meets the road in terms of serving the American people, because you've got right there at your fingertips, really the pulse of what our communities need. Up in Washington, I view a big part of my job is to support you all and to provide our communities and the 6 counties that I represent their fair share, oftentimes, of federal resources. So just a couple of priorities as it pertains to here. Of course, we have our ongoing storm preparation and storm response, and then resiliency, and obviously recovery. Huge roles in that regard from FEMA, obviously also from the Army Corps of Engineers. We are, I'm finding some wood, knock on wood, finally going to get going on the beach renourishment with down near Flagler Beach. And we should see this fall sand moving from federal waters 8-9 miles offshore back into restore that beach line. But there's also a lot we have to do in terms of resiliency on the front end for our communities, and of course that's a mix of federal, state, and local dollars. But have no fear, my wife was the former and first Chief Resilience Officer for the state of Florida, so she makes sure that I'm on top of it when it comes to having resiliency for our community. So that's one. 2 is providing the support that our law enforcement needs. And I know you just had the sheriff in here. My understanding is that Palm Coast and I think even Flagler writ large is one of the safest communities in Florida. I think he said Palm Coast was number 2. Is that right, Mayor? And that's, of course, I asked who number 1 was, and he said, well, the Villages, but I don't know if that counts. I represent the northern third of the Villages, so please, no one get offended. I'm glad to represent the top 2 safest communities in our state. I have to tell you, though, as a veteran, and I tell this to our law enforcement, I tell this to our deputies all the time, you know, when we go abroad, when we go to fight for America abroad, we know when it begins, and then we know when it's over, and we come back. For our law enforcement, they're never off duty. They truly aren't. And psychologically, that's a very, very different thing. And I just have enormous respect for them. There are federal resources that are directly in my committee, in the Armed Services Committee, providing excess military equipment to our law enforcement in a way that's effective and that they can use it. And that's everything from high water vehicles that they can use during storms for rescue, to body armor to protect our law enforcement, helicopters, and things that you can imagine on down the list. And we have to make sure that, 1, they can have access to it, but 2, that their hands aren't overly tied in a bureaucratic way, that they can use it. And then I think the final thing, and I'm happy to open it up for questions for all of you, is, and these go together, is attracting outside investment and outside companies to our community in a way that is sustainable, that the growth is sustainable. But we've talked to my district director, Ernie Aldino, who you all know, and we've talked to electric boat factories. We have talked to vaccine manufacturers. We have spoken with various types of space companies as they migrate north out of Cape Canaveral into the Daytona area and even further. We just put some significant funding into Cecil Field, and we expect that space infrastructure to be migrating south. So attracting those high-paying technical companies to this area is something that we've been focused on, and part and parcel to that, I say this all the time, if you say you want to support a veteran, hire one. They have those intangible skills of leadership, discipline, followership, teamwork that can be applied to any company or any type of job. So I just wanted to give you a broad brush in terms of my priorities for this area, come by and say hello, open myself up to questions, and thank this man. I think the best two jobs in government are mayor and governor.
Well, we appreciate that. So this is the best part. So you already sang for your supper.
Thanks.
There will be some more questions, but I wanted to present you from our city council and from the city as a whole, our key to the city. And this tradition dates back to medieval times. So you are now authorized and welcome to unlock our gate 24/7. And we hope that inspires you to visit our city more regularly as we grow. So I offer that to you.
Thank you so much.
A pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And I do have one question. So you led me to the question and open up. You mentioned veterans. So you have spoken a lot, and I've seen you on the tube, regarding China. It scares me to no end. The Chinese have no, it's good. It's a good warning. The Chinese have an oversupply of young career, military age folks that they are funneling into their military system. My question to you is this. As a municipality, what can we do? How can you help us from the federal level make more of our younger folks, as we bring more young folks to our county and to our city, become aware of the career path that the military offers and the incredible benefits that come along with it? What can you do to help us with that?
So, a couple of things that actually I just did last week as we passed our defense bill out of committee. Number one, we expanded the eligibility for veterans to teach in ROTC, junior ROTC, in our high schools. Number two, we added to, as military members leave service, the Veterans to Teachers program. We've expanded that, and then we also made sure, as they're getting kind of briefed on what's next in life, as they decide to end their military service, that Veterans to Teach program is front and center. And then finally, in this next defense bill, I'm going to be looking to expand junior ROTCs to more high schools. And that's not necessarily just for recruiting into the military and into service. Even if you do junior ROTC and you decide, you know what, I'm not gonna, I'll go do something else. We have found that young people who participate in junior ROTC and don't join the military usually end up becoming first responders or going to the Peace Corps or doing some other type of service. And at the end of the day, I think you get a better citizen out of it, even if they don't join. So those are a couple of very tangible things that we're looking to do. I think more broadly, I have legislation, and this is going to take more time, that moves us as a country back to national service. That doesn't have to be in the military. You don't have to wear a uniform to serve. You can do national parks. You can do inner-city tutoring. You can do Teach for America. We can do elderly care. There's a lot of ways to serve and still get that tangible benefit of leadership, teamwork, followership, and serving a cause higher than yourself. But I think we as a community, we as Americans, have to talk a lot more about service and serving our community, our neighbor, our country. And what I will commit to do is, I've done this at Embry-Riddle, I've done this with some high schools down in New Smyrna, is get some of our military leaders right here. The Chief of Staff of the Space Force, the new Space Force that we just created, and explain, what does that mean? No, we're We're not, we don't have infantry on the moon, but our entire economy is dependent on all of those satellites up there. So those are just a few things that we can do. The other thing we can do vis-a-vis China, and I mean this, because it's a national security issue. Folks, when you see made in China, I know it's hard, put it down.
Yeah.
Made in America is not just a jobs issue, it's not a union issue or a tariff issue, it's a national security issue. The Chinese Communist Party has deliberately cornered the global market on antibiotics, 90%. We no longer produce them here in the United States, on oncology medicine, on lithium, on the critical minerals that we need to make this country go. And if there's anything we learned from COVID, when suddenly we didn't have access to mask gowns and gloves when we needed them, why? Because they were all made there. We have to bring those supply chains back home. And if I can't get them here in the Palm Coast and Flagler area, at least let's get them in America, or at least let's get them in the Western Hemisphere, where our greatest adversary can't choke them off if we don't agree with them.
Very good. I know that the Congressman's on a tight schedule. Final questions from City Council?
Go Army.
Anyone?
I'd just like to make a good comment.
Thanks, Ed.
It's good to see you. I'm sorry, who's going first?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Good to see you here. Good to see Ernie again, too. I know you're working really hard to bring stuff back to our district here, and we really appreciate it. But I think, though, what's going on in your playground up in D.C. is much more important to the survival of our country. And, you know, from the wokeness in our military, which is hurting recruitment, that's got to come to an end. The damage of the Biden administration to our economy, to our values, everything. I know you're working hard to put an end to that. I'm very concerned about the IRS whistleblower and what's going on with our Attorney General. And if that proves to be true, I hope you guys do move to impeach him and get him out of there, because he needs to go. And I absolutely agree with you 100% on the China thing. Put it down. You know, sometimes you can't. It's the only thing made. But the stuff that you can buy that's American-made, spend a few extra dollars and buy it, because we have to put a stop. It's a dangerous world. These folks are not our friends. They're our enemies. Let's just be honest about it. So I appreciate everything you do, Michael, and thanks for stopping by this morning.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And Councilperson Hyder, a Gold Star mom, by the way, has a question or a
Yes,
comment, please.
thank you so much for being here, Congressman Waltz. And
It's good to see you
really
again.
a pleasure to see you.
Yeah.
I am hoping that it's okay that I might be able to speak on behalf of American Gold Star mothers and families. And I'd like to say thank you for all that you're doing for the families of the fallen and all the initiatives that you have taken. And at some point, I would like to schedule a meeting with you, because I would like to speak to you about an initiative that we are considering for the Northeast Gold Star families.
Look forward to it. Look
Thank you
forward to
very
it. And the
much.
first 3 measures that I passed into law were for Gold Star families.
I know.
For things that I experienced as a commander and should have never happened. So
Yes.
it's one of the reasons I put up with all the craziness, is to be able to help people like you and your family.
I understand, and I'd like to make certain that we all know that we are Gold Star mothers and families, and would like to have some changes made, if possible, on the charter, and include the families also.
So one of the things of those first things is we have a Gold Star daughter on our staff now.
I know, I've
right?
spoken
You know,
to
Brenda?
her.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that program to bring in Gold Star families into Congress and to serve on our staff, so that we have a true advocate and understanding of what they've gone through, and that they're not forgotten when taps
Absolutely.
are done playing. So look forward to sitting down with you.
Thank you so much,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
appreciate it.
Councilperson Pontieri, question?
Yes, good morning, Congressman, and thank
Hi.
you so much for being in our community. I remember seeing you and your staff during the election, and that meant a lot. I mean, you all really touched the hands of all of the people that were running, and so thank you for being here. We really appreciate
Sure.
that. One of the things that you talked about was law enforcement and the importance of it in the community. And one of the things that Senator Hooper here in Florida tried to do was designate dispatchers as law enforcement officers. It failed because of.
It failed in
funding.
Tallahassee?
It did.
Okay.
It failed in Tallahassee because of funding. We have a very strong FRS here, but the local impacts to the communities financially would be very stiff, obviously. So just wanted to maybe use any resources that you all have to try to help us, connect us with any folks that can kind of advocate on behalf of our dispatchers here in the state of Florida.
Okay.
They are integral to making
Yeah.
the wheels turn.
I don't know how they do it.
It's crazy. I mean,
Yeah.
if you've ever been in one of the dispatch centers, I don't know how they do it either. They're pretty incredible. So I would love to talk with your staff or use any resources possible that you all have at your disposal to help us get across the finish line in that regard.
Okay.
The last question I had was, you know, one of the things that we're feeling locally because of DC policy is the cost of pharmaceuticals. The cost of pharmaceuticals is making health insurance for our city staff, our law enforcement, all of them go up. And so as all of our other budgets are increasing, of course, the health insurance costs are going through the roof. And so wanted to see what is going on in DC to kind of help in that regard, because as that trickles down to us, we do feel it on the local level very strongly as we're all kind of tightening our belts for our budgets.
Well, I think everyone's feeling it, right? I mean, at a municipal level, at a national level, in our own personal wallets, particularly for small businesses. And I think there's a lot we could do in terms of market reforms. My approach is philosophically, as always, how do we drive down cost? Not my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who believe that by taking costs off the table for people and the government absorbing them, that's how they lose costs. But at the end of the day, we know nothing's free, and often government intervention, in my view, drives up cost. And if we want to look at the largest government-run healthcare system, one of the largest in the world, it's actually the VA that has over 1,000 hospital and clinics. Not government paid for, but actually government run. So one thing in that regard that we're looking at, and that is growing, is veterans, rather than going to a government-run hospital 2 hours away, take their card and just go to a provider and then bill it back to the VA, right? And so those dollars are going into the private sector. We could probably spend the rest of the day talking about how to drive drug prices down. I think the tribes of Afghanistan are easier to understand than our pharmaceutical system with the benefit managers and the kickbacks and the pass-throughs. I just think that there are private sector, whether it's being able to go across state lines rather than having these plans often constrained, and then also going to Medicare Advantage and other things along those lines that could drive prices down across the board. But I'm happy to follow up with you with the things that are happening. I'll be honest with you, broader healthcare reforms have not been something that's moving through DC right now, because with the House and the Senate, just the likelihood of us coming together on something so contentious is unlikely right now. Not to say we shouldn't try, we should. What we have passed, I just wanted to give you a little bit of positive news. Permitting reform as it pertains to driving down energy costs, which underscores everything, is something that I'm proud to say that we pushed through. Another bill to really restore us to energy independence, and then something near and dear to all of our hearts, which is a parent's Bill of Rights. And that parents should have full transparency on school board budgets. They should have full transparency on curriculum. They should be notified if their child is going through some type of significant trauma, like trying to determine their sexuality. And I mean, the parents, in my view, should know about that, particularly if they're seeking school resources. So those are the types of things that we're pushing through the House that I think have a national application. For sure. There's oftentimes I spend my day keeping the federal government out of your business because
We
one size,
appreciate that.
yes, I mean, one size does not fit all. Things are handled differently in Palm Coast than they are in Montana or than they are in downtown LA. That said, there are huge amounts of federal dollars, and they get apportioned to the states and to communities on these formulas that in many cases haven't been updated since the 80s. And as we've had massive population shifts, the losing states and their delegations don't want to lose those dollars. So for example, on clean water money, we get less than New York, even though we have a lot more water and a bigger population now, because people don't want that to change. So those are the types of things I'm working with Senator Rubio to try to shift it when I said, get you guys the resources that we deserve. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you for your service, Sue. I just wanted to say.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you for your service. And not necessarily a question, but just a statement of appreciation for your time here today. I also think it's very refreshing that we have a congressman who is forward-leaning, and one of the first industries you mentioned was electrification of boats. And to be so forward-leaning, to skate to where the economy is going, not where it is today, with energy densities increasing at an exponential rate, I assure that we are going to see a bunch of new economies open up in this regard. And I'm thankful to have someone who is has their eyes open to such opportunities.
Well, what happens is often these companies come to me because there's some type of federal statute or work in committee. And of course, when they come to me, then I ask them, well, have you visited Palm Coast? Have you visited Flagler? Have you, right? And many times, Ernie knows this, they'll say, well, actually, we're looking at expansion, or we're looking for, and so I'll do my best to connect you guys whenever those conversations occur. But
Good.
yeah, thank you.
We thank you. So if I could ask City Council, let's join the podium and get let's show off that key to the city that the,
Hey, all right.
the proud
Thank you
congressman
so
now
much.
has in
It's
his
beautiful.
possession.
You guys wouldn't give me that key because I'd use it.
Norman, he's so nice.
Okay, Ms. Johnston, thank you, and sorry for the interruption. If you could kind of pick up just a little bit before I rudely interrupted you, and we'll continue on with the all-important strategic action plan priorities.
No worries. Sounds like a great interruption for our community. We're going to jump right in here to our last priority in our strong and resilient economy pillar, which was staff to conduct an analysis of commercial solid waste hauling. Projected outcomes being to engage a consultant, compare and contrast an insourcing plan and revenues and expenditures to current processes of collecting franchise fee from commercial haulers operating within the city. And then, of course, we would bring all of those findings to City Council for further direction and a path to move forward.
Just a question there. The collecting of franchise fees, just as a footnote, that's a long process, Counselor, is that correct? There's a legal hurdle or legal timeline that has to be followed, so this is not happening, next cycle.
We have a current ordinance that allows us to collect franchise fees from haulers operating within the city limits.
Yeah, there's a statutory requirement that requires if you're going to switch from allowing individual commercial franchise agreements over to one provider for the entire city, there's notice provisions of the statute that I believe the time frame, don't quote me, because I haven't looked at the statute in a while, is 3 years in advance.
3 years.
So it does take a period of time.
So I support the priority. It's just I want everybody to be aware that it's a 3-year process. It's going to hang around in our SAP for a while.
Yes, sir. Okay, moving forward to our safe and reliable services pillar. Our first priority is the MOC and ensuring that it's the top priority facility project and commence initial improvements based on our CIP timeline. Projected outcomes being that we update the CIP annually with construction costs and revenue. Next fiscal year, we will begin site work and infrastructure. In fiscal year 25 would be the commencement of the fleet facility, and in fiscal year 26, we would hope to open that facility. Our next priority is identify local recreation demands to balance the need of regional activity centers. Objectives here being prioritize projects on the Parks and Recreation Capital Improvement Plan and evaluate grants for various park projects. If you recall, our consultant Barry Dunn and city staff presented the survey results on June 20th. You have another update coming in front of council on August 8th, and this is actually the same day that our CIP is being presented as well. And then on September 19th, the final plan report and presentation for City Council is scheduled. The next priority is seek opportunities for the community center to help relieve parking pressures through the following approaches and evaluate the option to repurpose Fire Station 22 to preserve historical value and expand the visitor awareness of Palm Coast. And later on your agenda this morning is that final analysis with our consultant. The next priority is evaluate hiring a dedicated grant writer or contracted consultant for the city to identify and secure a multitude of grants from federal and state agencies. This is a new priority for fiscal year 24, and as part of the budget process and evaluate the need for additional full-time staff or to include on contracts for specific projects. The next priority is to continue focus on a residential safety and conduct a comprehensive approach to neighborhood safety, work with the Sheriff's Office to identify and enforce problem areas, evaluate legality and possibly of lowering residential street speed limits, and explore what speed tracking devices have successfully reduced residential speeds in comparable cities and communities. The city manager and I meet bi-weekly with the Sheriff's Office to talk safety-related issues and any of those traffic things. The sheriff's office does send monthly reports to city council and city staff, and we will continue to do that. And then a projected outcome is to obtain a proposal from a consultant to conduct an analysis on speed tracking devices and a speed study to determine speed limits for residential roadways.
And I would only ask you there to also footnote to identify resources available to us from the TPO, the Transportation Planning Organization. There is a budget that may be applicable to some amount of this, so we should not neglect contacting them and asking them for all that we can enjoy from their budget right now.
Thank you, Mayor. I've made a note of that. The next priority is in our new pillar, civic engagement. First priority here is engage residents to learn more about their community and our history. This is a new priority for fiscal year 24. Our Parks and Recreation Department has identified several projected outcomes with partnering with the Palm Coast Historical Society on hosting the speaker series and the Palm Coast Founders Day event, provide advertisements for the Historical Society through social media, posters, monthly senior newsletter, e-news, and activity guide, present a history of Palm Coast and at the City of Palm Coast Citizens Academy, and an update of the Palm Coast decades through the years located in the community wing.
The one thing that's missing from this piece of the presentation is that at every one of those speaker series events, the parking lot was more than full. It overflowed consistently through, I don't know how many they had, but it was very, very, very well received as an outcome.
Thank you, Mayor. The next priority is to create an opportunity for residents to participate in town hall style meetings, evaluate options for in-person and virtual formats. This is a new priority for fiscal year 2024, and projected outcomes being to plan, coordinate, and facilitate one town hall event quarterly, encouraging city council member to host one yearly, and coordinate with city council members on their town hall to be organized, schedule, plan, and promote the event through print, digital, and audio formats, and evaluate the success based on attendance, audience engagement, and feedback. The next priority is in our pillar for sustainable environment and infrastructure. Collaborate with FPL and other community partners to provide electric vehicles fast charging stations across multiple locations in the city. An objective here is to explore ways to add revenues for street improvements and enterprise fund through user fees and EV charging stations. This was a modified priority for fiscal year 24. We did have a light team work on some of this project in fiscal year 23, and then that was handed over to Maven Rogers, our Chief Sustainability and Resiliency Officer. Staff present.
Lauren?
Yes, sir.
I thought we kind of put an end to the EV situation a couple of weeks ago. Did we not?
What do you mean put an end to it?
I mean the fact that we decided that this is a matter of the marketplace, not our responsibility to step in and put charging stations in, but to allow the market to answer the demand for the needs.
We did hear some direction from City Council about just taking our current charger and looking at fees for it.
Right, that I understand.
So that's going to be your presentation back to you this coming fiscal year.
Our charger out here?
Yes, sir.
But nothing further, is that correct?
That's the direction that we heard from City Council, unless there's anything further.
What we had specifically addressed was the grant opportunity at that time, so the other stuff still sticks.
Well, I thought that we had actually addressed the fact that we agreed that this is up to the marketplace to answer that demand. It's up to Racetrack and Sam's and anybody else who wants to come in.
Regarding the grant opportunity, we didn't specifically speak about the charger out in our parking lot
All
here.
right, so we're just discussing the charger in the parking lot that we're going to be able to put
That's what
credit cards
remains in the pillar, correct.
in. Terrific.
Councilman, you also had a comment?
We're no longer pursuing the grant opportunity?
We didn't, we failed to vote on the grant opportunity, so it would be up to City Council to, what would be the procedure?
I thought there was a request for more information.
Yeah, if I may, I don't want to just automatically say that we're not going to consider ways to be resilient and and just be open-minded to other opportunities that might come up. I think that the consensus on the dais for that specific grant was that we didn't have enough information, or we weren't favorable to it. But I wouldn't necessarily say, Vice Mayor, that we want to absolutely preclude future opportunities, because that's what they are, they're opportunities, and we have choices at that time when they arise. So I don't necessarily have an issue with this priority being here. I think that we just need to take them on a case-by-case basis.
Wait, but isn't that opportunity here now?
Well, no, I'm agreeing with you, Councilman. I think that this needs to remain it needs to remain a priority, so that we don't necessarily take anything off the table, hastily. Especially if we're looking at ways to add revenue from charging stations, whether they be in private companies or ours here at City Hall, or whether or not we're looking at taxes on electric vehicles in the future, whatever the law may allow for. Those are the things I think that we agree that we would explore. But I personally, and for the benefit of our residents, don't want to necessarily automatically say we're not going to be open-minded to ways to be more resilient and incorporate electrified vehicles in our community.
I think that's a great mentality to have. I just think failure to act is actually even worse than that. And I would say, as a council, if we don't want to act to get a grant for this type of electrical charging infrastructure that this pillar clearly outlines here, then we should remove it. I obviously am in the dissenting vote on that, but I think failure to act would be even worse, because we're telling our audience, our public, our citizens that, yeah, we want to do great things, just not right now.
Well, Councilman, I think I can see why that would be the sentiment, but from our perspective, the timeline, and Mayor, if I may, I'll let you speak on this yourself if you'd like, but I think part of the issue that I know I shared with the mayor was that the timeline of the manner in which that grant opportunity was presented to us, rather hastily. We didn't have a lot of time to gather more information, to really see, A, what the need is in the community, what the want is, what the desire of the residents is, and if there's an ROI that's present for us. So I think that was the bigger issue, is that we didn't feel prepared, and that's probably why we didn't take a vote. We didn't feel prepared to take a vote at that time based on the information that was presented.
So I do want to make a comment. And with respect to the Vice Mayor's opening up the issue, something I'm going to need to be clarified in order for me to support an initiative attached to this pillar is that, in my opinion, according to my definitions, any alternative revenue stream would automatically be a competition to the private sector. No matter what it was, if it's dollars, it represents some exploitive opportunity to the private sector. So I don't think we can have this discussion now, but I think City Council has to come to grips with, if we are in fact going to be proactive about identifying alternative revenue streams, we're going to have to admit that we're going to smartly manage those against the private sector. In other words, you can't have it both ways. However, I think we can do it well, but I don't know what well is yet.
I was very alarmed when this subject first came up, when our new resiliency officer said, and I quote, "If we provide the services for our residents, they can put money back into the local economy, not at the Shell gas station. That would be a wonderful thing." I just want to make sure everyone understands. Our Shell gas station, our racetrack gas station, all of our gas stations are part of our local economy and a big part of our local economy. And I don't want to see us taking money away from those businesses. That's not how America works.
Right, and to the councilman's point, I for one would offer the patience to get a feeling in the next session as to where the state is going to go with regard to taxation on electric vehicles. I think that could predict a lot of different possibilities. I'm just not at all clear, and they kind of asked us to hold off, and we'll hear a little bit more about it. So I do mean to disagree. I would like to leave the pillar in, despite the fact that we're not being proactive at the moment, with the intention of being proactive based on what Tallahassee decrees the responsibility of EV vehicles might be in the future, and try to combine that package if we could.
Sure, yeah. I just don't want to hide behind the veil of, you know,
Right.
we don't have enough information regarding electric vehicles, or that we weren't given enough opportunity for the grant that came before us, but we're gonna leave this in, so it still looks like we're trying to do something, because federal dollars are flowing down, and we don't want those dollars. I mean, I was remiss when the sheriff stood up here. I was very proud of him for saying he doesn't care where the money's coming from, he wants to get that money. And I think that's a tremendous sentiment, and that's something that I will stay true to, and I just don't want to misguide our public, our residents, our audience, that.
I respect the clarity and the transparency. I appreciate the comment. And
And
Councilperson.
Councilman Clufus, I don't think our local sheriff is competing with local businesses.
No,
He's
I
trying to
concur with
protect
that.
them. And just because it's federal grant money, it's still tax dollars that comes out of all of our
Right.
pockets, and it has to be matched by a percentage of our tax dollars. And I just don't see us getting into business against our local businesses. I mean, what's next, a bowling alley?
Well, the one thing I would say
So
is that if
so
there's an
we're going to
opportunity.
move forward, but we don't know where forward is yet. And Councilperson Pontieri, you want to make a comment?
Last comment, just so that staff has some direction, because, I mean, I think that the way that the priority is worded is perfect, because it says to collaborate with FPL and other community partners. So that would indicate community partners, in my mind, in the private sector as well, to incorporate these charging stations or whatever it may be, and perhaps we can attach a revenue source to those as they're, like developers, as they're putting up different multifamily units and things like that. So I don't, in my mind, the pillar should stay, or this priority should stay. I think that staff has done a good job wording it this way, and that we should just.
And there may be some very big opportunities literally around the corner. I just don't want to be short-sighted and strike it out. Can bring it back before, we're not finished with this app project today. If y'all don't feel like we're being transparent, clear, or proactive enough, I would encourage you to bring back your sentiment before we finish this program.
The last thing I'll say is, it's just frustrating to sit up here, because no matter what, at the end of the day, if the city is going to take an additional dollar that is not generated from taxes, there's going to be a private entity out there that will take it before us. That's no matter what. We will never have an additional revenue stream that's not taxes, that some private business somewhere, hypothetically, wouldn't be willing to take.
So,
all I'm
and
gonna say.
you know I agree, so that's my comment. So I have to digest that first and figure out what that actually means. So if based on our understanding, the grant, we chose not to vote on, we're not moving forward with that presently, unless city council change, which I doubt, but we're going to leave the pillar in as it is, to be open for new and unknown opportunities that we just can't see yet.
Always willing to look
Yeah,
at new
okay.
opportunities, but I will not
Okay.
be in favor of
Clear.
putting us in a position to compete against
Clear.
our local economy.
Okay. Does that give you enough?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Our last priority is develop a plan for maintenance of the saltwater canals, and the projected outcomes here being determine a source of project funding, a feasibility for additional dredging, recommendations for material, and a presentation to City Council in fiscal year 23 for further direction. It's my understanding that the analysis of the bathymetric survey and the report will come later this summer. I think we're targeting August.
The sooner the better, because I heard the sheriff's got a new boat. He's ready to go.
A lot of people, I get calls from a lot of people in the C-section. I'm sure everyone does. They'd like to know when we're going to be presenting this. So yes, August would be fine.
Okay. And this is a funding summary. As indicated, these will be identified in the budget, that they are city council priorities and the attachment funding sources. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Just, Lauren, help us. What would be the next two steps in our process? The strategic action planning process. What are the next two milestones?
It would be the adoption of the budgets, because any of these.
Maximum millage rate first, I think.
Yes, you set the maximum millage rate,
Okay.
and then it's the adoption of the budget.
And the timing on that is?
We come before, I don't have my budget calendar. The general fund budget comes on July the 11th.
Right.
And you set the maximum millage rate. Ms. Bevan, do you have your calendar in front of you?
Let's see, I have a date here, August 4th, deadline to certify the trim rate, that's for staff. August 8th, presentation to City Council, capital, numerous funds. Actually, I don't see here where we set the maximum. I don't have that terribly handy.
All right, so we're counting down to the last several weeks where city council needs to really tickle the line items, and I'm going to be asking each of us, myself included, to come forward with particular line items that we think should be looked at for adjustment. So kind of across the board. That's what we had all kind of talked about doing at the end of the last budget. We have, you know, new folks as well, but in order to fully appreciate and quantify the budget, I think we all need to be looking at the line items that add up to the summaries that we see, okay?
I think we do have to look at the line items, but we can't manage every paper clip, every pencil, every piece of paper. So I think in the end, we can make proposals on where we think cuts need to be.
I would look
I
at
have mine, but at a certain point, we have to say, here's how much money we're giving you. You guys got to decide what to do with the paper clips. We can't do that type of,
so agreed, but here's the thing. So what city staff has done is they have, okay, let's think about it like a shopping cart. So you're the shopping cart and you're the vision. So you've put items into that shopping cart. What city staff has now done is they're applying a price tag to those items. So what they're doing is they're costing out our vision, our vision. So we have to be specific enough. If you want to change your vision, okay. If you want to tell the residents, okay, we're not going to do this because we're going to do that, okay. I don't know how to quantify it any better than, when I say line items, I'm talking about the bigger numbers. I'm not talking about paper clips. Look at the big ones and have your comments so that we can have a really good exchange on where we think we can, help or hurt, depending on what the category is.
But again, we don't manage, the hiring and firing of people. We don't manage lots of all those detailed things.
Correct.
We give a direction, but at a certain point, we have to be strong enough to say, that's it. Make it work. And and those of us that worked in the corporate world, we've had that happen to us. Mm-hmm. Here's what you're getting. Do the best you can with it. Do less with more.
So you and I will be at the checkout stand, and they'll be scanning our visionary items and see what they cost.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, we might skip scan some of those.
Mayor, just some clarity on the schedule. On July 11th, we'll be presenting you the general fund budget.
Okay.
And on July 18th is the adoption of the maximum millage rate.
So again, my question really was, so we're getting pretty close. It's like we don't have a lot of extra time to get into this. So please contact city manager or city staff at your pleasure if you need additional information on any of the bigger ticket items, I would think is where you probably want to start.
Yeah, I have just a couple questions, Mayor, if you don't mind. Lauren, I added up from your funding summary, the amount that it comes to is $700,300, and that's taking the higher end. For instance, in the administration engineering column, it's $50,000 to $150,000. I went conservative. Do you know what the total of the previous year's SAP came to, so that we can compare, being that we want to try to be fiscally conservative up here, we can compare what we've spent previously on the priorities versus what we're potentially looking at now?
I will get you that answer before the July 11th workshop.
Okay, I appreciate
I'm not sure.
that.
Just help me so I understand the question too. You're asking what the prior SAP was or what the prior budget was?
The budgets.
The budget, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
got it.
just
Okay.
so that we can compare as we're looking forward, especially as we're coming into budget season.
Can we have line items with it too, though? That way we know what it was spent on, because I bet you there's feasibility studies that may have been like astronomical or something like that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, does that give you,
Yes, if there's no further questions, that's it for me.
good, thank you. Moving along to Community Development Department update and presentation.
The heavy hitters.
Wow. Please proceed.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, Jason DiLorenzo and Ray Tyner from the Community Development Department. Ray's going to give this presentation. I'm just going to give an introduction. First, I'd like to introduce our managers that are sitting directly behind us, Ms. Barb Grossman from Code Enforcement, Patrick Buckley from the Building Division, and Dennis Leap from our Site Development Division. And we have several members of our staff in the back here as well, hardworking community development staff here as well. So please entertain them as well. So this is our opportunity to tell you all about community development and all the work we're providing for the residents of the city. And just as a reminder of how our structure works, I am currently holding the positions of Chief Development Officer and Chief of Staff, and Ray is the Deputy Chief Development Officer, and then we have 3 division managers, which we introduced. And Ray is going to go through, and I'll jump in along the way to provide some additional details.
Color commentary.
Color commentary.
Thank you. Good morning, City Council members and our planning staff. This is directly out of our 5-year plan that for community development. Our vision is to promote a high-quality development and appearance through a business-friendly approach. Our mission is delivering exceptional service by making citizens our priority. Our strategies for success: we accomplish our mission by seeing all employees as people, removing obstacles to our employees' success. We celebrate achievements, we invest in our employees' development, and we value input equally from all of our employees. Our core values are family, integrity, trust, and honesty. So we have 3 divisions. We have the planning division, the building division, and code enforcement. So how we kind of look at this, we relate it to investment in our community. For example, our planning division looks to the future. It is raw land that we make sure complies with our land development code and our comprehensive plan. And we have our zoning reviews as well. So it is, looking for the future, investment, working with our developers to invest in the future. Then we have our building division, that's going vertical, and that's also an investment of our future, and they make sure we comply with the Florida Building Code as well. And code enforcement's making sure that all of our investment in our community is being maintained, typically after the built environment, and enforcing our code of ordinances, our land development code, and our building code as well. This is our development organization. Again, as Mr. DeLorenzo stressed, that he is acting both as the chief of staff and the chief development officer as well. And this is just a breakdown of all of our organization structure of our 3 divisions. So first, I want to cover the planning division. We do come out of the general fund. We have 18.66 FTEs. Our personal service is 85%, so 85% of our budget is personnel. Our budget concerns are, right now, is our second-party survey reviews. Our second-party survey is a requirement of state law. When we do subdivisions, we have to sub that out, and it's kind of unpredictable on, how many second-party surveys we're going to have in 1 year. We are managing our budget. It's in good shape, but that is always a concern of us. Our current staffing, we just recently acquired a new person that is joining our team. Our land manager is Virginia Smith. That was a great addition for our planning division and community development as a whole. Looking at the work that she has done in the past of easements, land acquisition, it really it really belongs in planning, and just within the last 3 months, we have started developing processes and coordinating with planning staff to make some of these processes more efficient. We have, when we were doing this presentation, we had an open position of an environmental planner. That person has joined us on Monday, so we have filled that position that was vacant by the promotion of Ms. Jordan Myers. So this person is, you know, especially in the environment, also has a great extension of GIS experience that we can utilize within the Community Development Division itself. So we are looking, and as we do our comprehensive plan this year, we start that process, there's a lot of data and analysis that's going to be required to update our comprehensive plan as well, and this person will be a great asset for that. And we also have a open community development technician as well. We have been very busy. This slide illustrates the development orders for this fiscal year so far that we have issued. We have issued 49 applications for development orders. So what a development order is, like if a site plan comes in, a commercial subdivision, any type of site plan, you get a development order, then it goes on to the next step of building permits to go vertical. So just some notes. I'm not going to go over all this, but you know, of course, it ranges from, we have a Barnes office building that is off of Colbert Lane, Dunkin' Donuts, of course, Avon Health was one of the big ones, so they range in sizes, but still 49 development orders is quite a bit of activity. So,
Ray, just to stop you for a second.
Yes, sir.
Based on your experience, really hard question. So some percentage of those projects won't fly for whatever reason. Are you able to pick a number, 10%, 25%?
You know, for the ones that have development orders, I would say, if I had to guess, I would say over, at this stage, you'd say, the way the economy is today, I would say 99% are going to fly. Yeah, so far we have been seeing them coming to fruition because the economy is doing great.
Yeah, Mayor, you're accurate, right? Sometimes folks are just preparing their land and getting the entitlements, and then they're preparing to sell. But we are seeing projects, you're going to see in the next slides, we're seeing projects move from this stage to the next stage to
That was my question. Thank
construction.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So this stage, you know, maybe Mayor, you know, if this slide came first, this is the active applications. Now, sometimes on this list, you know, they don't come to fruition. They may, you know, stop, and I don't know what that percentage would be, maybe 85, 90%. But once they get the development order, they're usually going. But this is quite an active list. We have over 50 active projects that we are reviewing at this time. Some of them are quite small. Some of them are large, like the BJs that we have been reviewing. Right now, we have a master plan development agreement that we are working on. It's the rezoning process of the Marina Village that is located off of Colbert Lane, where the old cement plant used to be. That'll be coming forward in the future. And we have several town center projects that are under review as well.
And I know this is really a freshman question. So we're devoting staff time, staff hours to reviewing the BJs, and yet it's not in the city of Palm Coast, at least not at this moment. Is that in anticipate? Help me with that.
Yeah, so annexation is required by the utility settle agreement from 2007. So as part of that, we do courtesy review of those anticipated lots.
So we pick up the cost on that? That's not going to whatever the entity that it currently resides in is?
Yeah, correct. There's not a fee.
Okay.
Right? There's not a fee there.
No, we've been.
We have been charging the fee?
Yes.
Okay.
And I can tell you,
good.
yeah, and it's been good because we want to make sure that they meet our standards. So when they're coming in, we're doing that review process so they meet our standards.
Right, we
as well.
want to the best of our ability, make sure it looks like Palm Coast when it's completed.
So this was a new KPI that we established this year, and it is a development review based on our business-friendly approach to provide timeframes for when staff completes their review and we give those comments back to the applicant. So this includes all of our application types, our site plans that could be, 4 or 5 pages of technical review, and can also include large subdivisions that include hundreds of pages of technical review. So we lumped all these applications into one performance measure. We have not been successful in completing it 100%. We're at 64%. And what we attribute that to is a few things. One is that we have a lot of subdivisions that have hundreds of pages of technical review. And just the workload that we have is we're not able to get it done in that time frame. The other is we rely on, I mentioned second-party surveys a couple slides before, right? That's a state statute, state requirement that requires a second-party survey during the subdivision process to complete their professional review. All surveyors are strapped for time. It's hard for them to get out and meet our performance measure for that. We are actually, to help improve this, we are actually going out to get more RFQs for more surveyors that can help us in this effort to see if we can improve that. At the end of the day, to be frank, we're a few days late, maybe 4 or 5. We're not talking a whole lot of time. We have not had any complaints by the development community on timing or, it's taking too long, because I think when we established this performance measure, we wanted to, exceed what the state standard is. So I think other municipalities, other counties are literally taking months to get a review done. But we are actively, we really want to try to meet it. We may have to reanalyze subdivisions and do another performance measure for those, but we are really doing some efforts to try to meet this performance measure.
Ray, may I stop you just for a moment? I just have a question with regards to this, and you mentioned the workload. Are we charging enough for these applications and permits at this time? When's the last time we did an actual analysis on whether or not we're kind of on the same level as surrounding communities?
For our application fees, it's been a very long time since we readdressed it. We are probably one of the lowest when it comes to application fees, definitely within this area. So I think it was 2008, 9, around that time when we did a study to actually look at our impact, our application fees.
So Mayor, I would actually look for a consensus from our colleagues to direct staff to maybe do an analysis of that, because as we're having to hire more people and our city is undergoing quite a bit of growth, I think we might be undervaluing their services by not having an updated kind of analysis of those fees.
So you're looking for regional fee structure and number of applications.
What we're charging, what maybe we should be charging for both permit applications and the permits themselves, any types
Based
of
on what
fees.
the regional
Correct.
benchmark is.
Yeah.
So it's not just the amount, it's also the volume. You have that information. You've done that before, I think, right?
Yeah, we've done it for building
So
before. And
I think everybody on the dais is good with having that information available.
Yeah, I mean, if we could do an update on that analysis, just to make sure we're competitive, essentially.
Okay. Clear?
Yes, sir.
So after the first stage of development, that is the planning, the site plans, and then after a development order is issued, then site inspections for the horizontal work is our next phase of development, and this would be our site development group. We have a site development manager that oversees 3 inspectors and 2 land development professionals with this process. So after a site development is done or development order is issued, a site development permit would be issued for all of the horizontal work. And then this year, so far, we have done 4,346 site inspections. I'll talk about the partnership meetings at a little bit later slide, but one of the things that has been very effective with our inspectors when we do these inspections is that our site development manager has a project manager. So we assign a project manager for each site. So each contractor will have one go-to person, you know, if there's any issues on the site or any challenges or anything that needs to be resolved. So I think it's important to have like the general contractor and the field guys who are working, that they have this relationship so they can really streamline the process, help the process, help with the communication. And then if there are any technical issues, you have the site development manager, who's the engineer for the city of Palm Coast, who reviews these plans so they all collectively can get together and resolve the problems. It's been very, very successful for us. And the type inspections they do, just a note, I mean, they do everything from, you know, sewer force mains, water sewer installations. They actually TV sewer lines to make sure that the grade is exactly right. Road base, all the things that you would think of when it comes to horizontal development.
And can you just comment briefly? We get this question a lot. Folks are concerned about, you know, will we have the water, the utilities, the whatever it is, the concurrency. So that's a consideration as you're going through this part of the project process, correct?
We would go through, on the site plan process, we do a concurrency test at every site plan that comes into the city of Palm Coast to make sure we have the water, to make sure we have the sewer, to make sure we have the transportation capacity, you know, for the roadways as well, and fire protection, all of our level of service standards, schools, parks, everything. So our site development permits, again, we have issued 23 site development permits for a range of multifamily, single-family subdivisions, and commercial projects as well. We all know that we just had the certificate of occupancy that was issued on June 12th for the Advent Health Hospital. And it wasn't that long ago, in August of 2021, that the city approved the Advent Health site plan. I just want to end with this slide to talk a little bit about our partnership meetings. This is an interesting project because you have, after a development order is issued for the site plan, they get approval, you have the horizontal development and you have the vertical development going on at the same time. And this usually happens during commercial projects. And I think the key for success is, you know, with our developing partners and the folks who are investing in our community, is communication. That is absolutely the key. And a lot of tools that we put in place in community development is the enhancement of that communication. So we establish these, what we call them partnership meetings. So at a period or a stage of development, when horizontal development is going and vertical construction is going, we gather everybody together, the contractors, our building official, our site development manager, planning, sit in one room. So we're on the timeline that we're meeting their timeline. We want to get them to the finish line. It's very key to have these communication efforts. We've had probably 2 or 3 for Advent Health, because they are, you know, they were dealing with the state requirements of opening up, and there's a lot of things going on, you know, a lot of communication with the site, with the building, and getting people in the one room to communicate of what needs to be done. It's been very effective, and I think that is attributed to getting this done in the CO in a time frame that was needed. So some things that we have accomplished this year, you know, we always look to the future, and we always look to the growth of the city of Palm Coast. And we, this year, filled a senior planner position that was vacant. And we actually filled it with a senior planner that has over 25 years of transportation planning experience. You know, forward thinking and looking at having another person that is a professional, more geared on the planning aspect of looking long-term at transportation and working side by side with our existing, you know, transportation engineer that looks at operations, lighting, and having these two professionals work together will definitely enhance and improve our future transportation efforts for the city. Our transportation planner, you know, looks at our traffic analysis at the planning stage. They look at all the traffic studies and the needs that we have, and then coordinated with our operations to make sure those plans are being implemented. This person is designated as our TPO liaison for the city of Palm Coast. They're also going to be part of technical working group with the transportation planning organization. It's going to, this person assists in legislation appropriations for road funding. Our new senior transportation planner was key on getting those appropriations for, that we have for the roadway, of helping with writing those grants with his experience. We even, you know, formed a work group to help enhance our collaboration with stormwater engineering and our traffic engineering division. We have a transportation group to make sure that our plans for the future are being coordinated, you know, collectively with all our divisions of Palm Coast. So we're very excited about this.
I have a quick question about this specifically with regards to traffic analyses. When we have new developments, there's always traffic studies that are done, and I believe they're done by the applicants. Do we have anybody that's looking over those traffic studies to make sure they're kind of in line with maybe what could be considered a more objective traffic study versus a subjective traffic study from a developer that they've hired?
And that's exactly what our new transportation planner is doing.
Perfect.
They are looking at every single traffic study. They have the experience. He has the modeling experience. And when they provide us with modeling, you know, and it's models, right? So this person, you know, Fong Nguyen is his name. Fong has the ability and the experience to look at these reports. Nah, this doesn't seem right. You need to kind of make some changes to make sure. So yes.
Perfect. Thank
absolutely.
you.
Right. Councilmember, just to clarify a little bit, not every traffic study is the same, right? For something small, it's not as significant as a larger project that has a full study. Mm-hmm. The first step in that is city staff and the traffic engineer agreeing on methodology. Once they agree on the methodology, then the study is completed, and then once we receive it, then we review it. There are some items that are a little bit out of our control because of the TPO, right? We use the TPO model, which draws a lot of our traffic south. So sometimes this is very technical, but sometimes you would think that you would anticipate that the traffic is going to go a different way, but because we're required to use the model, it draws more of our traffic south than we would like to. This is something we're working on, but everyone in the TPO uses the same model.
Okay, thank you for that.
Another addition this year is a community development process administrator. It is consistent with our 5-year plan, and it is improving our technology for to help us with our processes, to make us more efficient. So Barbie Bemry is our current zoning building supervisor. Okay, and she has over almost 20 years plus of technical experience with CD+. She was key on doing the permit module for the city of Palm Coast to help that communication through the applicants and the city of Palm Coast and the builders, and putting this technology and process in place. It really is a Cadillac system. So utilizing her talents to improve these processes throughout community development and throughout the city. You know, we work with Stormwater a lot. She has done a lot of work of working through those technology processes and enhancement of those, improving CD Plus for them, and also for our planning module as well, of our planning division, to help make those improvements and upgrade the portable. And I think Jason definitely can add to this.
Yeah, in the building division, the internal and external facing portion of CD Plus is at the top level. There's very few things. You know, we're making small incremental adjustments. You remember them over the years that we're adding pieces on. But the other processes that we use CD Plus for are not up to that standard. So what we're looking from this position is to increase efficiency through the software we already have, just by improving the internal processes and the external facing features of it, to just get better overall as an organization, as an agency.
This one we are very proud of. Probably 1 year ago, you would come to the counter, the front counter, and you would go in a building line for a building technician, or you would go into a zoning line for a zoning technician. So what we have implemented is a training program to combine the roles of planning technicians and zoning technicians, right? So for our business-friendly initiative and for enhanced customer service, you know, the end goal here is to, when a customer comes in, they can get that service from that same person. We have implemented the training within the last 6 months. It's going great. There's still a lot of work to do, but, you know, ultimately our community development technicians will do, you know, basically one-stop shop, come in with one customer. Very, very positive. And you know, it's been very positive because the building technicians are learning key components of zoning. Zoning is learning key components of building, and it's also helping them develop their knowledge and skills. We know that this is the big city council priority. Our planning staff, along with other departments in the city, will be focusing on updating our comprehensive plan. And we are looking forward to that, of this process. Our CDBG program continues. We rehab 20 single-family homes, provided financial assistance of 3 families to purchase home, and continues to provide grants for youth and summer camp type programs. Again, we mentioned a little bit with the transportation planner. We continue with the River to Sea TPO activities and helping to support that through staff being on technical staff, and also working closely with the mayor and city council on addressing of activities with the TPO. So, you know, Mayor, you and council, I guess, have mentioned a little bit about, you know, do we review for transportation traffic? So we have a lot of different talents that are reviewing our technical site plans, subdivision plans, and we call it the TRX. We call it TRX team. That includes, you know, our landscape architect, representatives from utility to review to make sure our stormwater our water and sewer lines are accurate. We have our stormwater representative who's making sure all of our stormwater is in compliance with new site plans. I mentioned our site development manager, who is an engineer from the private sector over 20 years, is reviewing our plans, who's part of our team now, our environmental planner, and also our planner. And this is similar what we did for site development. We assign a project manager for each project that comes in. So that person can be the liaison, to help problem solve. They have a go-to person to work with. For all of our site plans, they're assigned a project manager. So we recently, not that long ago, implemented a customer service satisfaction survey. Our TRX team has every week on their schedule TRX meetings on Wednesdays from 1 to 5 o'clock that any applicant, any developer can come and join us via a Teams meeting. We have all of our team there. We typically get a site plan ahead of time, about a week, and we provide this informal information or formal information if they have a site plan that's submitted, but a lot of due diligence work that is done that we go through. It has been very successful. We want to make sure that, again, communication is filtered through city staff and the applicant from the very get-go, so we have a smooth selling of our true partnership. But this is our customer satisfaction survey, as you can see here. We give after every TRX meeting, and we have been hitting, I think our average score has been like 4.6 out of 5 being the best. These are just some, this is in your package, but these are just some of the comments. We have a section where they can comment, and really the idea of the comments, if for improvement, that if there's anything that we can improve upon. But here's some that we highlighted. Thank you so much for having this process in place. Looking forward to an excellent project in your city. This one I highlighted. I do land development, engineering, and surveying from the Florida Keys to Jacksonville and from Melbourne to Tampa. This is the most logical and well thought out pre-application process that I have experienced. So we've been continue to get high marks on our TRX team.
Mayor, City Council, I'll just add that, we commit a lot of staff time to the TRX process. We're talking, how many people participate in TRX?
All of
dozen?
our TRX team. We try to limit but yeah, it could be 8.
Yeah, 8 to 12 people are committed for several hours every Wednesday, but it pays great dividends in communication, and we use it in the pre-application process so this way when applications do come in, a lot of the concerns have already been addressed, so we're having good packages that we can review, which saves staff time on that end of it. And then also we utilize it for when we send out our review comments. If the applicant would like to go over those review comments, we do it there as well. And this way, you're not just reading a sheet and saying, oh, I need to do what. You have the reviewer there that you can ask questions of and get to the root of what we're asking for. And this really closes the time down on application process and review process.
So now that we, did the planning, the horizontal development, now we get into the next phase of the building division. That's going vertical. So they do come out of the enterprise fund. They have 24.63 FTEs. 68% is personal service. Budget concerns, fuel, lots of inspections, so fuel prices increasing, overtime, the workload, to help manage the workload, and private providers. So this is for all building permits in the last 36 months, as you can see on the graph. The last 12 months, we have had 17,617 building permits. This slide illustrates the single-family permits for the last 36 months. In the last 12 months, we have had 1,608. Inspections, this is all types of inspections that for the last 36 months. The last 12 months, we have had over 100,000 inspections. Current staffing matters is, of course, looking at those graphs, is the volume of inspections that we do have. We are averaging 297 per day of inspections. We currently have 3 open positions. We have the deputy building official, senior building plans examiner, and building plans examiner.
Mayor, City Council, as you know, those positions are state licensed, so they're not particularly easy to find.
They are not easy to find, and our next slide too, to help with that endeavor as well, is we have a key performance indicator of building an internship program to help for staff development. We invest in helping our staff grow and to provide training that they can have more certifications to be able to do their work. The goal is 100%. It is, everyone's very busy. We continue to do the training and internship programs to provide these separate certifications. So, the goal, one inspector can go out and do several inspections at one time. So we continue to work this process. In fact, our chief building official has implemented as part of the annual review to keep our employees to continue this program to not only better their knowledge, but to get more certifications for them.
Mayor, City Council, we changed this metric last year. We're trying to understand how, or show how we're growing the department internally. So 100% would mean that every building inspector or plans examiner would hold every license available to them in the state. So that is truly not achievable, but by changing the metric here, it allows us to see how many, what percentage we're growing year over year. And Patrick has focused more time on the internship. We have several employees going through the internship right now. A multidiscipline inspector is a more efficient inspector because that means we don't have to send multiple ones across the city because they can do multiple inspections at the same site if they're multidiscipline. And we have tied performance evaluations back to their participation in the internship program to try to continue to advance this efficiency model.
So we also have a customer satisfaction survey that we have implemented a couple years ago. And we continue to do that. We do it twice. We do it once the permit is issued, and then we do it at final inspection. This graph is representing when the permit is issued. As you can see, we are still having high marks, 4.3 out of 5, 5 being the best. And this illustrates when a permit has been finalized. This would also include your inspections, after the inspection. So this one is at 4.5, still receive high marks. We will continue the customer satisfaction survey. We may look at this year, maybe changing, some of the questions for our applicants to make it fresh. But if we get a survey that is 3 or less, we get an automatic email, I guess, to our permit supervisor and our chief building official that we can address that. We want to hear from our applicants on how can we do this better. So, and they also provide a lot of great suggestions and implement or tweaking our processes to also improve our system. So now we, Division of Code Enforcement. This is, code enforcement is from our general fund. We have 26 FTEs. 63% of the budget is from people, personal services, but we also do have pass-through. Pass-through meaning that we will get money back if the city is spending money on like services such as hazardous tree debris removal, or if we're cutting grass, we get that money back through taxes at the end. So it is a pass-through. Our budget concerns, seasonal weather is always a concern. You know, it's interesting, you can see a really uptake in hazardous trees, mowing of grass. You know, grass tends to get larger or get longer when it's raining outside during the wet season, so that increases. Also part of the code enforcement, we have animal control. Year to date, they have received 4,788 calls. It is a 7-day operation. They are on call 365 days per year. They also assist the Flagler County Sheriff's Office with distress calls. And we had recently enhanced our online animal licensing. And we have received 6,123 licenses to date. Also a component of code enforcement is urban forestry. Year to date, we have had 2,285 calls for service. It is a 5-day operation. They conduct wildfire mitigation inspections. We've had 1968 so far this year. Nuisance inspections, hazardous tree inspections, so far this year 566, and conducted 689 tree removal permits. So this slide is
Has a lot on it.
has a lot on it. So if you look at the first column, action orders that are done, citizens calling, city staff seeing potential violation. So far, there's been 18,609 this year. One of the key, well, I'll go down the list going from left to right here so you can understand. The urban forestry, we talked about that, trees, anything related to urban forestry, tree inspections, those type of things, conducting 1,210. Work cases of 18,000, cases in violation 8,398, signs removed so far this year in the right-of-way 4,589.
November 2022, what could have happened in November 22 that would have caused all those signs to need to be removed? I don't know. One of those things.
Yeah. And then wildfire mitigation 3,962. But I think the key thing that is key about this that I really want to emphasize, you know, code enforcement, we do not want to bring anybody to code board. We want to try to resolve the issues, and that's what we do. And they have been very effective about doing it. And I just want to point out the first column of 18,609, those are the action orders that the city has received via phone calls or, you know, our code enforcement officers going out there. And then if you can look at the third to the last column there that says code board cases, 433. So I really want to take away that out of 18,000, over 18,000 code cases so far this year, a very, very, very small percentage of them have not gone to code board. So a lot of it's education, a lot of it's, you know, folks of, you know, getting in compliance, and we really strive to do that. I think this is what's important about this slide.
Yeah, code is all about gaining compliance, not about the punitive nature of it, right? That's all we're looking for is clean neighborhoods.
So looking forward, our city anticipates future retirement. I know Mr. Hoover is here. He retired once, he's back. But he is definitely, he's telling me now he's going to retire again. So we're going to be sometime next year looking to fill that senior planner position. Planning manager, we've had that position not filled for a long, long time. Assistant code enforcement manager to help in our succession planning and learning a lot from Ms. Grossman and her years of experience. Deputy chief building official, we mentioned that, still open, and senior plans examiner.
We have this slide to point out that, we have some really senior staff that we are monitoring, and as we look to gain, put some depth into the organization as we move forward.
And council, we're here for any questions you may have.
Just a couple. Just remind me with the building department, the permit fees that are collected. So what percentage of the expense in the budget of the building department expense is covered by the permit fees and the monies that we hold in reserve?
100%.
100%. So how does that show up in a budget? That shows up as a
Enterprise fund.
So when you mention FTEs, how does that help me understand how that? Are you counting them
It's
in
the
your
full.
FTE number or not?
I'm sorry, sir.
So in one of your earlier slides, you mentioned the number of FTEs. So are those including the folks that are paid for by the permit fees or not?
Yes, all of the FTEs listed in the building division are funded through the enterprise fund.
Okay, so we're taking credit for them, but we're not actually paying. The residents are not paying for them out of their
No,
out of the general fund.
That's correct. The permit fees are paying 100% for the operation of enforcing the Florida Building Code, and there's no tax dollars in that enterprise fund. It's all by permit fees. But we listed the FTEs for all three divisions, all right, because you still approve, City Council still approves the full-time equivalent staffing, so we wanted to be consistent across the board.
Yeah, I just, when we get to line items and to Councilperson Pontieri's, when we're looking at those, I don't want to confuse those numbers, okay?
Yes.
And number two, do we need a person that is overseeing, for example, if I go to the corner of Roberts Road 100 and John Anderson. So you've got two municipalities and a county kind of converging on each other in one relatively small geographical location. Do we have such a person in staff that considers that? And the reason I ask is because I know that we've just sent a representative to Flagler Beach to talk about collaboration. We're beginning to work with the county. Have you considered that?
Well, our transportation planner would be responsible for coordinating with Flagler Beach and Flagler County on those issues. I'll just remind you that's a state road, so we don't have a lot of, we don't have a lot of say in that as well. And that particular intersection is in Flagler Beach. It's beyond the city limits, but coordination, of course, yes, sir.
So just to add, like Colbert Lane, for example, is at this point, it's a county road.
Right.
So when we have site plans that are abutting that, we are absolutely, during the technical site plan review with the traffic study, we will work hand in hand with Flagler County. They will make ultimately the final decision on cuts and those type of things, but we collaboratively work together.
Okay.
For that.
So you have that process in place, because quite frankly, the residents don't really care if they crossed over a boundary or not. They're just looking at the general congestion in that area, okay? Fees budget, and you feel comfortable that your succession planning is in place, because you mentioned more than 3 people that have 20-plus years.
Well, I'll remind you from last year, I think we determined we had about 750 years of experience or something something like that. But no, yes, we're monitoring it, right? We have open communication with our staff to understand what their future looks like, and we're planning for that future.
And do you have a dialogue with folks like UF, for example, and others that are cranking out folks that do this kind of work?
No, sir, I don't think we do.
Might be something to consider for the future, only because they have a very robust intern and placement program. Just a resource.
As a matter of fact, we had discussed, possibly next year. I mean, we definitely want to do this for our intern program. We haven't had planners as internships, so that's one thing that, city manager and us have been discussing, because I think it would be great and a great resource for us to utilize some of these young minds to help us with our comprehensive plan endeavor. So they would be right in the middle of that. If we can get a couple of interns to help that, that's something that we have been discussing.
Go Gators. Questions?
Thank you first for that very detailed presentation. Very well done. Multi-certified inspectors, I think, is a great goal, and I know we talked about this over a couple of years ago, and I'm glad you're still pursuing it. I know it's difficult. I do get questions, though, from residents. Roof inspections, are we still not sending people up on roofs?
And people on roofs.
We do?
First-story roofs, and we use drones for second-story.
All right, that was my question, is are we using drones for the higher ones now? I think that's good, too. Someone a while back said that, had a roof inspection and they never went up on the roof. And I don't know if you flew a drone instead or whatever, but I mean, I think obviously you can't inspect a roof unless you can see that roof. So I want to make sure, because I know a couple of years ago we weren't going up on roofs.
That's correct.
But we've now changed that. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Great, terrific.
It's one of the reasons why our inspections are way up, though. We do a lot of roofs, as you can imagine.
Sure,
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
So, well, that's good to know. Another thing is, can you just walk me through with a little more detail on the customer satisfaction survey? Say you get a really bad rating. Just kind of talk a little more in detail about how you proceed with that.
Sure. You want me to take that, Ray?
No, you didn't.
As Mr. China mentioned, if we get a 3 or lower, we get an automatic email that goes to the permit supervisor. The permit supervisor then, the survey itself links back to the permit, so we know the permit number associated with it, which then we can look at that permit and the contact for that permit. So then we reach out to them and try to determine what the issue was. Did they have,
Do we meet with them, or do we phone them? Do we email
Yeah, we call them.
You do call them?
Well, depending on what it is, we usually reach out by email first. That's the most common method. But then if we need to, we'll speak to them.
Is part of this to maybe reach an understanding and not only hear their complaints, but try to address them? And do we ever get someone that comes back and says, I want to change my survey from 3 to 5 or whatever?
I don't think we don't have the method to do that in the current survey, to change your survey response. And the surveys are sent out automatically with, when the permit is issued, it automatically goes to the person listed on the permit. And when the final is completed, it automatically goes out to them. And we don't have an opportunity to have a change in the survey results. So no, we do not adjust the survey results. The results are what they are. So if we get some bad scores, they remain in there, which helps us track, overall performance. But yes, we reach out to them, and we have had instances where we have made adjustments based on the remarks that we received as well.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
But as Mr. China mentioned, it's about 3 years now we've been doing them, and we're going to do a refresh because we want to make sure that people aren't just ignoring them, particularly your multi-users, your contractors that are using them over and over again. We're going to relaunch it and try to build some momentum behind it again and make sure we continue to get good responses.
To rewrite parts of it or something?
Yes, sir.
Can we get a copy of that when you do?
Sure.
Thank you.
Just really quickly, thank you for the presentation and for everything your department does. It's a huge department. I know there's a lot of work that's done, so thank you. With regards to code enforcement, what types of calls would you say make up the large percentage of what you all work? And is there anything that we can do as a city from a communications, I might go out, from a communications standpoint, that can help us maybe cut down on that amount of calls or try to proactively prevent those types of, I guess, code enforcement issues?
We get a variety of calls. It can be anywhere from overgrown conditions, it can be accumulations, it can be inoperable vehicles, vehicles parked in the yard. There's just several things there. Barking dogs, dogs running at large. Wellness checks are a big thing. You know, some people feel that, some people have children, other people have dogs, so it's just a determination. We have things such as in the land development code, color of people's houses. It varies. There are multiple questions they may just be asking. They've just moved to Palm Coast. We're explaining to them, how they can get on the website, how they can look up the information. We also have top violations to be able to educate people. We do speak at several forums, whether it be Neighborhood Watch. We are with a program that we're getting ready to go ahead and try to educate the neighborhood, which we're going out with here shortly, getting ready for the hurricane season. September is the big time. Make sure your projectiles, your accumulations, and then next year we'll follow up with, educating the people on what needs to be done. But remember, when we go out there, we're reactive and proactive. So when you go out there on one complaint, you follow the whole street, because what happens is that individual will say, excuse me, why is this on mine and it's not on theirs? So when you go down for somebody complaining about, I'll give you trash cans in public view, you have to do the whole street.
Okay, so there's no one type of call that has a higher percentage over others?
No, we constantly have, those typical phone calls daily.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I was ready for you to say chickens. I was ready.
Sorry?
I was ready for you to say chickens. I
No, I didn't.
Barbara, while you're still sitting there, I'm sorry, just to tag on to your question. So based on so many new folks relocating to town, so a function of growth, if I can kind of micromanage Councilperson Pontieri's question, do the newer folks have the same kind of questions a lot, or, because there's a big difference between folks who've been here for a while and folks that are new, and specifically, I've had meetings recently regarding swales. Swales is just that topic of conversation that happens, especially with folks coming from other parts of the country. I mean, it's a training, learning session.
In relation to swales, what are the questions they're asking you?
Who's responsible for them?
Okay, because Palm Coast is unique.
Yeah, so I know the answer. I'm just wondering if you're getting, and I'm trying to follow up on Councilperson Pontieri's, and I'm going to make that giant leap again to, how many COs do we do a year, and how many of these COs are related to either a title company or a lender or a realtor, and why can't we twist arms to help those folks spread some of this wealth of information to new residents? I mean, why not? It's like it would only make them be that much more professional in their professions. Right. I know that we've tried it, but...
And as I was saying, that we do many speaking engagements, and right now, because I'm talking to you, Louis is over at the Board of Realtors speaking to the Board of Realtors.
Perfect, okay, good.
Okay, so we, prior to the pandemic, every year we were with the Realtors, maybe twice a year with the Realtors. We also get with all of Neighborhood Watches. When new people come into their communities, that information is being dispersed to them. So I think the biggest conception is, I've been here 30 years. Okay, and I've had the pleasure of being, doing deed restrictions and doing the code of ordinances. And a lot of people, sometimes when they're coming to Palm Coast, they come here because it's beautiful. But there are people that feel they're in a large homeowners association.
Right.
But in order to keep it beautiful, that's the concept you're going to get. But so I think the education is out there, and we're always here to work with anybody. And I think with the outreach program that we're going to, start this year, I think it's eventually going to get even better.
And I love your comment about neighborhood watch. I mean, I can't say enough, and I'm sure everybody on city council would agree that if we can, support however we can neighborhood watch, so that there are those individuals within each neighborhood watch community that has some expertise and help be the ambassadors for all of this information.
Absolutely, and a lot of times those people that are heading those organizations will contact us. When they have a new neighbor move in, if there's something that, they will give them one of our copies, our brochures, because we leave all that information out. Or they'll call personal on the phone and say, hey, Barb, can you look into this for me? And that's where, as Ray was saying before, look at the amount of complaints we get, but look at the small amount that go to code board, because we are educating them.
Right. Good. Thank you very much. Additional questions while you've got staff?
No questions.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you for the
Thank
presentation.
you. Wonderful presentation.
Yes, and thank you to all the staff that works in your department. Thank you, guys.
So, Mr. Hoover, we're going to have a second party or what?
Actually kicks back down to 0 years
Mayor,
experience
just
now,
before we move, just one last thing I just wanted to add is, last year we updated the sheet that is included in every new utility bill. So every new utility customer receives an electronic packet, right? And we updated the code portion of that last year, modernized it a little bit. So
Could you make sure that each city council member gets a
Sure.
fresh copy of that, so that because I have to be honest, I can't picture it, and I think we should all be, very well aware of it.
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Now we move to item number 4, which is business recruitment and expansion incentives. So we've saved near the last to talk about the future. So welcome to the future. City council members, while they're getting ready, are you good to break after this presentation?
Do we not have something else after this?
We do.
Right.
So after this presentation, because then we have one more agenda item, and then we have a quick one and then another one.
I'm good either way.
I'm good to push through, Mayor, since we only have 2 more, but I'll leave it up to my colleagues.
All right, I'll ask you again in about a half hour, see how we feel. Okay, please proceed.
Mayor, City Council, Jason DiLorenzo, Barbara Fedor, Economic Development Manager. This presentation is related to SAP. We'll cover that in the first slide. What we are looking for here is some feedback on the types of incentives that Barbara's going to go through. So these are a general list of incentives that different communities may offer. And we're really looking for your feedback on if there's anything here that you are not interested in, because as we move forward with projects, if there's something that you are not interested in, because you're going to see these, you're going to get an opportunity to vote on each of these individually, hopefully. We're going to bring some forward. And, but we don't want to head down a path with a potential client and then come to you and you have no interest in that. So we're looking for a little guidance here, okay? Thank you.
So good morning, Mayor. Good morning, City Council members. Thank you for having us today. As Mr. De Lorenzo had indicated, this is an informational, educational type presentation to go through different kinds of incentives different communities here in the state of Florida offer at the local level and at the county level for you all to choose from, that what you're comfortable with and what you're not comfortable with, to give us guidance in going forward. So as per the new SAP A3, to develop economic opportunity tools and communication strategies to support and sustain small business, to create a business incentive package that includes incentives to diversify our business offerings in our community. So after going through an extensive review of what's out there in the state of Florida, I've put together where it's basically 3 different types or 3 different varieties or kinds of incentives. There are direct incentives, which are they are like a financial payment, if you will, to the company in many different ways. There are non-financial incentives, which are not a direct payment of monies to the companies. It's in lieu of, and it's with other types of incentives, and they're funded in a different manner. The company gets advantage from a different perspective. And then there's special incentives. So looking at direct incentives, we have from the top one is tax abatement, tax exemptions, real property or tangible property. 99% of all communities offer this kind of a tax direct incentive, and to be usually competitive for projects, communities usually have to have this in their toolbox and offer to be able to recruit different types of projects to communities. Another type of a direct incentive is something called a job growth bonus or a job creation bonus. They sound a little redundant, but they're really not. The devil's in the details on how the communities use them and for what purposes. So traditionally, like a job growth bonus is, again, it's financial payment to a company for projects to cover relocation costs, new equipment expenses, specific building, construction expenses for qualifying, expanding companies, or new companies relocating to the area, or they're within our targeted industry jobs.
Can you give us just a couple brief examples with some numbers on these?
Not today. I'd be happy to come back. I was asked to just give general information today, but I'd be happy to in the future.
Yeah, because it would be kind of nice to know, like if you took an example of company XYZ, they're relocating here, they're moving 6 employees here, equipment here, kind of what numbers are we really talking about?
I'd be happy to, but again,
and I understand if you can't today.
Right.
But I would like, it's hard to say, yeah, I'm in favor of this if I don't have a more tangible sort of explanation, I guess.
Yep, Vice Mayor, we're going to take the information from this presentation, and then we're going to develop some thresholds. And
Good, because it's kind of like, I mean, I just remember when I had several corporate moves when I was working. And so it was like, yes, we help our employees make a move. But then I had to sit down and kind of dive into the details of, what are you going to do? I've got to sell a house, I got to buy a house, I got to move my stuff. I'm going to have to pay taxes on whatever you give me. You're going to up it a little bit. So it was always interesting to get into those types of, discussions and work out the devil of the details. So I'm just kind of curious. So I'll give you time to go forward, but that's kind of what I'm looking for.
Vice Mayor, you remind me of one from a couple years ago when Ground Up was moving from Connecticut to here. They asked us about racking. They needed to install racks, for their picking operation. And so we didn't have anything in place to be able to offer financial assistance for their racking. However, we were familiar with another building that had racks that was no longer going to use them, and we were able to put I know this is a little, it was related to relocation, but that was one thing that we were able to do. It wasn't financial incentive, but it was the ability to put the groups together where they could, move the racking from one location to another.
And that's good to hear, because sometimes it's not just a financial, like we're writing you a check, it's we can assist you in this way.
Right.
And so that's, that's good to hear, because I was going to say that was one of the approaches I was thinking of. And every situation is different, obviously. But at least we want to get a handle on what we're getting into.
Yes, sir.
Because I think incentives are a good idea if it attracts the right business and everything. So thank you.
Yes. Another type of a direct incentive is a job creation bonus. Again, this is a financial incentive that's for a company that's bringing in very higher paying jobs. that would be above certain percentage thresholds over the existing current wage in the community at that moment in time. So you're giving that extra bonus to help them and encourage them to win that project because those jobs are significantly higher paying than the average wage at the moment in time.
And Barbara, those are performance-based, right? They're not upfront.
Yes, all of the incentives we're talking about now are always implemented in an arrears situation. So every company, no matter what type of incentive a community is willing to provide them, they have to meet certain benchmarks, whether it's job creation numbers, whether it's specific wage information, whether it's a capital investment. They have to be here for a certain amount of years or period of time. There's always very specific benchmarks they make, and everything's in arrears after the fact. So continuing with the direct incentives, there's investment bonuses, which is, again, it's a financial bonus for very high value investment projects for new relocating companies and or target industry projects. So again, if we're being looked at by a medical equipment manufacturing company and they're using clean room technology and it's a very sophisticated operation and their manufacturing jobs are really like 200% above our current wage threshold, we can incentivize that to help win the project to our community versus another community. We have revenue enhancement grants. Mr. De Lorenzo had just referenced that's already been used for a company and to help them relocate here to Palm Coast. And that's basically a percentage of the projected incremental ad valorem tax increase is reduced over a specific period of time, providing that the company, again, achieves very specific benchmarks in terms of revenue investment and or job creation goals, or it can be all of the above. Most of the time, in my experience, it is all three of those. It's capital investment, it's number of jobs, and it's the wages all combined. Excuse me. And then a third type of a direct investment communities have often used is land grants. Many communities have a lot of municipality-owned land that's just sitting idle, and the best use for that land is to use it for business development, economic development. A lot of communities up north have old historic dilapidated warehouse buildings. Those are turned over and those are used for redevelopment and to enhance for future business opportunities. Granted, we don't have historic old buildings that are dilapidated because we're a very new young community. But again, it's just showing that many communities, even in Florida, use land as a way to, again, to enhance that project, to win the project here. Non-financial incentives. Well, they are not like a direct payment to the company, but it is a way to sort of offset their costs, whether it's an existing company that's trying to expand or it's a new company coming into our community. Infrastructure improvements. So oftentimes communities will look to what is the cost of, say, putting in the water, the sewer, and maybe gas and fiber optics that last 100 feet or last 500 feet. Maybe they're really, really close to the mains, but they're not there yet. Communities can offer that as part of the incentive to win the project. Site prep work and environmental studies. Communities oftentimes will do these on certain lands that they have available to promote. City-owned lands, I should say. We wouldn't do that on behalf necessarily for a private developer unless the private developer already has an end user and is part of the project for us to work forward towards. But those kinds of things can get done on the front end and in the beginning. So again, it saves the end user time and money to get to market, because speed to market is the name of the game to win projects particularly. Many communities also, they waiver or they will reduce project fees, permitting, TAP, impact fees. None of these really are to the degree that the community or the city loses the revenue, because that's where you have an incentives fund, an economic incentives pool. That incentive pool covers the funds that the company would be paying. So the company, it's reduced from the company's perspective on them paying it, but it still gets paid through the Economic Development Incentives Fund back to the city. So the city is not losing those revenues from those particular items.
Ms. Fedor, can I stop you? So I just have a question. How is that incentives fund created? Being that this is something new for us, I mean, what's that process look like?
Well, we'll be coming to council with the economic development budget to ask for a line item for incentives. Right now, because the city doesn't have anything and we are starting, from zero, we have to have something sort of to prime the pump a little bit. if once we're able to get more larger scale economic development projects, a large scale manufacturing company or pharmaceutical company or something that's going to generate really significant commercial tax revenue into the city, there may be an opportunity with council looking at it to take a tiny portion of that revenue to fund the economic development incentives to go forward. But at this moment in time, because there is nothing in an established way, we will be looking to ask for a small portion to front some of this to go forward to start this process.
So I just want to clarify something. Presently, there is nothing, but we still are in a situation where we could offer incentives to an individual business. And I ask this because I know a company that wants to actually expand here. They already have one location, and it's a manufacturing company. Is there something, are we open to having conversations saying we might be able to do this, might be able to do that, and should I pass them along to you if we can?
Absolutely, please do. We're open to anything, but at the end of the day, this is all up to you, council, to decide what you want to do in terms of any kinds of incentives. And we can bring suggestions back given whatever that particular project is. Absolutely.
But because I mean, this company is very borderline, economically wise, as whether to come here or not. So you guys could get together, meet with them, and then come back and say, we'll get this business, we think it's worth maybe possibly doing this or possibly doing that, and then we could still decide that in a relatively short period of time.
Yes, sir.
I will pass them along to you folks then. Thank you.
Yeah, and you know, one thing, ad valorem, or the direct incentives that Barbara mentioned related to taxes, right? Taxes are paid in arrear, and so we can plan ahead for that, right? We can we can come to an agreement, and it won't occur until the following tax year. So then we can budget for it, and for those types of incentives. And some of the other stuff that Barbara's going to get to, fast tracking, and even waiving of building permit fees, we can handle that immediately without the budgetary impact. When it comes to a waiver or a reduction of water and sewer fees, we need some sort of fund because there's an obligation to the bondholders that will be paid. So you can't leave that gap. So future items like that is where you'll see in the economic development budget where we're trying to start to build up a little something.
Okay, I will have them get in touch with you.
Please. So another area for non-financial incentives is job training and workforce development. Currently in the state of Florida, CareerSource has a couple of grant programs for companies locating here into the state of Florida. But they're very targeted for very, very specific industries and types of industries within those industries. So this kind of a thing would be a fund where we could either A, help them get the training and the workforce development if they don't qualify for the state of Florida grants and the CareerSource grants, or B, it bridges the gap. So another one of CareerSource is the state of Florida's workforce development agency, and they have 3 different types of grant programs. So the quick response program is the one that I just referenced, but the company has to be within a very specific niche industry sector and a sub-industry sector in order to qualify for that particular grant. They have a worker incumbent training program. So with that one, it's a 50% reimbursement. So the company has to pay 50% of whatever the cost is going to be for training either new employees or training existing employees. This can become very handy for our existing industries because as they expand, as they are modernizing equipment, process, and procedures, they have to train their incumbent workers on how do you use that equipment, how do you use XYZ process, procedure, computer system, whatever the case may be. And that becomes expensive for them to offer the training, the workbooks, the materials, and pay for the trainer. So having something else in our toolbox to help our existing industries and or new ones coming in to bridge that gap for workforce and talent development is also something communities use. As Mr. DeLorenzo had referenced, a lot of communities do expedited permitting. I believe, and it's made known to me, that because, as Mr. Tyner also explained, we have a very fast time frame already on when people submit plans for inspections, turnaround, permitting, and all of that. We are a very tight window, and we're looking to be able to complete a study that one of our interns is working on to see how Palm Coast actually stacks up against other communities of our size in the state of Florida. So I really think we already have our own internal expedited permitting. It would behoove us to really promote that and make it known through economic development as well, because that's something very important to especially large-scale projects. Technical assistance programs. We have BRX and we have TRX. BRX is similar to TRX, but the BRX is for companies that are coming in and they're going into existing building spaces, and that's where they can, have their internal plans reviewed and make sure that what they want to do is aligned with what the building or the space already looks like. I think it's an underutilized program. It deserves a lot more promotion, and that's part of a plan that economic development is going to work with community development to get that more widely known, and that can also help offset some of the time constraints that some businesses may face when they're going into previously used spaces, and what they're trying to do doesn't necessarily match well with what's already previously been done there. Other communities, they have a very specific dedicated project manager for very high value projects. Somebody internally that works with the company hand in hand and works with the internal building and zoning and all the internal city departments and walks that project, day by day, hand by hand, watches it every step of the way so that there is no slowdowns, there's no problems, there's no gaps, and acts as the conduit between the city and the company to make sure the project moves smoothly and moves forward quickly. So looking at special incentives, so communities, as I've referenced, have targeted industries. Well, what do you want to go after? And most communities already know what they want to go after. Staff has come up with some potential target industries of which we're looking to go after that align with some of the priorities that council has laid out last year and going forward, and that are also complementary. These will be much more quantified when we get the healthcare feasibility and the target industry feasibility study completed. We hope to have that done by second quarter, maybe third quarter next year, depending on how fast the selected provider gets that study done. But what you can do is the incentives you want to get, they can be directed to that specific industry. So you're looking at those specific industries only. You can also have very specific geographic areas. Communities that have larger commercial spaces and larger spaces for industrial growth, they do that very well because they want to target it in a very specific area or in redevelopment areas. That's probably not where we're going to be right now. However, a specific geographic area could be looked at maybe in the town center area, and we can get to that. Special improvement or commercial districts. You designate geographic areas and you have incentives geared towards encouraging business development, business expansion in those specific geographic areas. You have enterprise zones and innovation hubs. Again, everything is either geared towards a specific industry, a specific outcome, or a very specific geographic area. You design and lay on top of that different incentives that were outlined in the earlier slides to complement, to encourage those businesses to locate in specific areas. Then you have entrepreneurial and startup hubs. Again, geographic area, or it could be a specialized building with incentives in mind that helps encourage entrepreneurial companies to come in, or individuals that are just starting out. They're a startup and it's an environmental ecosystem that encourages them to move forward and grow their business, and then they can be in a different geographic area within the city to get them to grow. So you're creating a pipeline of, say, somebody that has an idea, they open the business, they're an at-home business, they're looking to get out of the home, they want space, and this could be somewhere of a geographic area to support and encourage them for growth, in building growth in that specific area. So the number one incentive that communities can have and encourage the development for business recruitment and expansion is pad-ready sites and available commercial buildings. The adage about build it and they will come is absolutely true when you're looking at business recruitment and business expansions. And in this scenario, I'm not advocating that the city goes into the commercial development or industrial development building construction area. I'm encouraging it from the point of view of working with numerous different commercial builders and developers and industrial building and developers to showcase that Palm Coast has the opportunities there for them to look to come here to build new and more commercial spaces and build industrial spaces so that we have a place for our existing industries and existing businesses to grow into should they want to expand, because we have very limited capacity. When something comes up available that's 20,000 or 25,000 square feet, it's gobbled up within 2 days' time. It's not on the market long. We don't have commercial space right now to help businesses that are growing that need additional space. So by working with commercial building developers to encourage them to build more commercial buildings, for that will help existing businesses, and having pad-ready sites also helps to recruit the companies and get more businesses here in Palm Coast. So this is, again, a wide variety of different types of incentives community uses to help encourage business expansion and business recruitment. And again, Mr. DeLorenzo and I and staff are just looking to get guidance from you all as to what types of these incentives are you comfortable with, what are you not comfortable with. We are more than happy to come back at whenever time frame is to present more detailed analysis of how it would work, how it's the metrics of what you were asking, Councilman Danko, to provide more additional information on that. So thank you. Any questions?
Barbara, what percentage of your RFPs are looking for existing spaces? About 75 or higher?
It's about 75% of the RFPs that we've already responded to are looking for existing building space. Anything as low as 20,000 square feet up to, I think the one was 200,000 square feet, existing, ready to go out of the box. So of course we have to pass on that because we have no existing space in Palm Coast. We do not have existing space of that size anywhere in the county.
So to your point, just so I understand, if the pad-ready site is going to be gobbled up so readily by these thirsty businesses, we should be able to work with a commercial developer to build those. We're not going to build them. They could build them because they're going to be gobbled up. Is that correct?
Yes, that's,
okay.
Yeah.
And we met with one last week.
Good. So does that fall outside these incentives? I mean, that commercial developer will make money from building that site and selling it, right? Here's my question. That's a very, very broad, robust, complete menu of incentivizations and everything else. Is it any different than any other toolbox that any other city in the state of Florida has?
For us right now, no, starting from scratch, these are the very, very basics.
Fair enough. I guess my question really is, would you recommend that we filter it to some extent? Because I don't know how you could sell all of that. That's a lot of stuff. And would it be more effective for you to focus on some number of those and go out, narrow and deep? We've actually, and to your point, we've actually had a CRA in Town Center before, and what happened?
The incentive program that we had for the Kickstart program?
Yeah, Kickstart.
Yeah, so Kickstart had a residential and commercial component. The residential component was utilized 100%, and the commercial component was not utilized at all.
And my point being that I'm not suggesting that wasn't a good program and timing was bad. We had the bust and everything else, but I'm just asking, is a shorter menu going to be more effective? I don't know the answer to that.
Again, we were just presenting a wide variety of what's out there. We can come back to you with a shorter list, absolutely.
So my kind of idea when I'm looking at all of this, and thank you for the presentation and the effort put into this, because I just think this is so important for us right now. I'm kind of looking at this in phases. So your phase one would be the items that, to Vice Mayor's point, that we're not putting money out for. So resources that we already have, staff that we already have, programs that we already have that we can kind of utilize and market more for this specific purpose. Or waiver of certain fees, incentives that essentially don't cause us to affirmatively pay out money right now while we're building up a fund, to your point, incentive fund. And then perhaps we look at doing those incentives over the next 12 months and then saying the second
12 months, we're going to expand it and offer these other incentives so that we can kind of build up that fund that we can then afford. So that essentially we're not creating a new line item in our budget of taxpayer money. We're slowly building up a fund while we offer these more fiscally responsible, or I guess fiscally conservative incentives to begin with. So is that possible? And if that is possible, how long would you need to kind of do that analysis and then present us with that option?
I understand your line of thinking, but in the reduction of permitting fees and those kinds of internal things, they're not going to build up any dollar fund in an incentives fund.
Right, but we as council can dedicate other monies essentially if we decide to, there's different monies that we can bring in as council and say we're going to dedicate a certain amount to an incentive fund over the next year. So my point is, regardless of where the monies come from, is there a way to do this in a phased approach so that we can start giving some incentives now that are not affirmatively costing us money?
If that's what you wish to do.
Well, I'm just asking if it's possible. So,
Well, anything's possible with your direction and your blessing as to what to do. It would tie our hands if we didn't have something more concrete than that, because we have a couple of very significant, very high investment projects that we're working right now, and not having something more concrete to come back with in a shorter period of time may put them in jeopardy. I don't know. I mean, anything, you can do anything in a phased approach.
So then what would you suggest? If I came to you and said, Ms. Theodore, what would you suggest for the success of Palm Coast right now? What are the incentives that you think would be best?
Well, in a perfect world, and if I had a magic wand, absolutely the property tax and tangible tax abatement, because that's, like I said, 99% of all communities have that. You have to have that or everybody's just going to pass you by. I would figure out a way to have a small incentive fund so that you can stack it on top of the property tax and the tangible tax abatement. So that, again, it puts you in a more competitive situation to compete against the other communities. We have a really good shot now. There's a lot of attention coming to Palm Coast, as we all know, not only from all of the population that is moving here, but because Volusia County is moving north, St. Johns County, Jacksonville, a lot of stuff's coming south. The amount of the RFPs that are coming into the county and being filtered through us, that volume has also picked up. So to have as much as we could have of what you're comfortable with and what that could amount is, I don't know today and at this moment in time, but to have as much tools in the toolbox as quickly as possible is of a benefit to us and to the community to, again, diversify the business industry sector, increase the commercial tax property tax rate.
So the RFPs that you have in the hopper, have they asked for specific incentives, or are they waiting for you to report back from us what we're willing to do?
None have asked for incentives now because we're in the very beginning stages. When the RFPs come in, it's a little bit of a lengthy process in some regards because the site selectors throw out the RFPs to multiple locations in multiple states. When a particular community rises to the top and makes it to the next round, then they may come back and start asking. Okay. But usually the actual down in the devil details of incentives asks are when you are in the final, you're one of the final 3 communities. And that's when they'll really come back to ask for detailed incentives.
So, I mean, to the Vice Mayor's point, and I think the term, I'll throw out a term, you're kind of looking for a case study to a certain extent. In other words, what would it mean? So, where I'm going is, I mean, it would be hard for us to limit that list right now because what metric would you use to limit the list?
It's hard to limit it.
I would hate to decrease the size of the toolbox just yet. I'm not saying that we won't get there, but certainly there wasn't anything on there. The only thing that caught my attention was the land granting based on the minimal inventories that we have. But if it was the right deal, I have a hard time, shortening that list right now. That's kind of why I asked you, do you need to focus on a lesser number of items, or can you deal with that whole menu?
I have one other question or comment. Also, so this is more of an ask. From a legality standpoint, are we allowed to use any of the funding mechanisms that go into the building department for incentives towards business development like this? Or since it's an enterprise fund, it kind of has to all go back into operation of the enterprise fund?
We have some leeway, but we would make it work. The building permit fees are not terribly high.
Okay.
Particularly right now, we're at 50% of our stated rate, so they're not very high. But as I did mention, the utility CIAC fees, we would not be able to waive. We would need a fund to be able to replace those dollars to make the bondholders whole. So we have some leeway, but not in, not when it comes to impact fees and CIAC fees, because they're in ordinance, and we'll have to follow what's available in that ordinance.
So when we have overages in the building department, just for instance, from permitting, instead of offering a permitting cost vacation, we couldn't take those dollars and then use them as incentives and say, we're good, right?
No.
No, they gotta stay in.
Exactly, that was my question, is essentially,
Okay.
instead of having to pay them back to the, yeah, I saw it when she pulled that in, I said, oh, here we go.
Sorry, I missed that. No, we could not.
That was basically my question, is the surplus that we had in the building department from permitting and things, we're not allowed to just reutilize it, okay.
No.
Well, statutorily, it told us what we could do with that money.
Yes.
That's not
Which
a
was
problem,
a refund, which we did by cutting the
Can we refund by
fees.
stimulating the economy through, no, okay, tougher sell.
So, back to city council again. So, I mean, is there anything that I know it's a really long list, but I have a hard time cutting stuff off that
And I don't wanna take tools out of your toolbox.
Thank you.
I just want to get an example, some sort of understanding of when and how you will use those tools. I mean, if we just say, hey, use every tool there,
No,
and you
it
run
would-
wild with it, and we don't have any sort of handle on it, that's not a good situation. So if you just come back with some specifics, I'm not asking every circumstance, but just to say, hey, XYZ company employs 100 people, they want to move here, here's what we can offer, they're paying more than our average salary, or, company Z, wants to move here, they're small, they're going to have 15 employees, they're going to lease some warehouse space. I'm just kind of curious as to what we can offer, if we can offer, and how we would offer this stuff. It all sounds really good, but just some examples would be helpful.
Absolutely.
To the next phase, I think, to get us further. I mean, I understand the mayor saying maybe shorten the list, but he doesn't know where he wants to shorten it, neither do I. Just, thank you for this presentation, but we can now, as soon as we possibly can, and I know it's a lot of work, but it'd be good to move forward to the next level.
Yeah, and I think to piggyback on that, what I'm kind of looking for is what types of businesses or industries has certain incentives work for. So for instance, what have direct incentives brought to communities? Is it manufacturing? Is it restaurants? I mean, for each incentive that you have here, what has been the success rate with certain types of businesses so that we know, okay, we want to attract XYZ, so let's really put money into that incentive or focus on that incentive.
Traditionally and typically in a lot of communities, these incentives are used for manufacturing projects. However, here in Palm Coast, because we don't have space except for one particular place, one site, to do something, to do manufacturing, you have the ability to determine what kind of companies you want to use this for. If you are if you're looking to grow more small businesses, you want to stimulate business development in town center, for example, you could have these incentives geared specifically towards that. You could look towards, again, with an incentive fund to restart some kind of a similar program to like the Kickstart, where it's specifically for only commercial here in town center and have very specific types of companies or very specific sizes, specific things. I mean, that's up to direction from you all that we can implement to make that happen. So it is different kinds of industry sectors and different kinds of different companies, if you will, to use these incentives for. That's up to what you all are comfortable with looking to recruit.
So one of the questions I would ask, and again, if you're going to prepare some additional information, is so staff had the opportunity to visit Babcock Ranch and VR recently. I'd like to know what their top 3 or 5 incentive programs were to attract businesses.
We'll find out, sir. Yeah.
And then I have one question about the budget. So on the SAP, for this specific priority, we had set aside $168,000. What is that dedicated towards?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I was writing a note so I could.
That's okay,
I
no
could
worries.
follow up later. I'm sorry, ma'am?
On the strategic action plan for this specific priority, there's $168,000 budgeted for this.
Yes.
What is that dedicated for?
That is a proposed ask for $68,000 is going to be for the SBDC re-engagement for one full-time consultant, again, to bring all of the SBDC services and the financial resources that they bring available to a community to help support and grow our small businesses. The $100,000 is the ask for an incentive fund that staff bumped around. We did different numbers as to what a starting point would look like at this moment in time, and so that's where that $100,000 is coming from.
Okay, that's helpful, because then now I know if we're going to start with the $100,000, or that's the concept, to start with the $100,000 incentive fund. I think that probably helps as far as us figuring out what we can offer, what actually has some legs here.
You'll see that in the budget presentation.
Perfect,
Yeah.
thank you.
And then anytime that we're looking to offer any kind of an incentive, there is a very thorough return on investment methodology and modeling that is used in order to determine, does it make sense? And everything is done in the most conservative and prudent fashion, and we understand the concerns. But again, because the city of Palm Coast is starting from scratch, and a lot of communities in this situation, there's got to be something that sort of starts the process. And that's where we're trying to come from, is how do we start that process? Because at some point in time, and I can't tell you what that point in time is today, but there is a tipping point where then economic development becomes much more self-sustaining. It's building on itself. But that, you got to get something started first to generate the income, to generate the tax revenue from that in order to then be more sustainable.
That's when you need the chicken or the egg people, Councilman Clufus.
Mayor, City Council, I just want to add that, this is, like Barbara mentioned, we're starting from scratch, right? So City Council invested in having an economic development department. Barbara provided a 3-year plan of how to advance economic development. Now we're starting to focus that plan a little bit more on what incentives that we might add, right? So it's just a continuation of what Barbara provided a month or so ago of, how we're going to get there. So this is just a next step in how we're going to get there. But I want to assure you that we're not going to drop the ball along the way, right? If something comes that is significant, regardless of where we are in the process, we're going to bring it to you for you to provide the opportunity to land that, right? So, yes, we have 2 prongs going, right? We're answering RFPs, Barbara's answering RFPs, sometimes 2 or 3 a week, and but we're also building the plan along the way.
So we appreciate the presentation and the continuing updates, especially if opportunity should arrive. Thank you. Anybody else? Questions? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We next move to our final presentation, which is the facility assessment of existing fire station number 22.
What?
You're okay.
I don't care either way. It's up to you. I mean,
I grow weak.
you grow weak.
Yeah.
Do you want to take a break? Yes, no?
Oh, I'm good. I'm kidding.
Okay. I wouldn't want to see you collapse.
Yeah, turn sideways, it disappears.
Scrambled or well done.
Over easy.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor. City Council, I am Eric Givo. I'm the architect for the Stormwater and Engineering Department, and I'm here with James Hurst, Director of Parks and Recreation, Zoran Lozanovsky of Schenkel Schultz Architecture, and in the back there we have Duncan Graham with Wharton Smith Construction Group, and we are pleased to present to Council the facility assessment of Fire Station 22. In February of this year, Council approved a design professional services agreement with Schenkel Schultz for architectural and engineering services for the design of new fire stations, fire station expansion, and bay door replacement of Fire Station 25. A component of this agreement was an assessment of existing Fire Station 22 to determine the feasibility of adaptively reusing the building to serve alternate functions. This assessment was initiated in April, and the final report was received May 19th. The current 2,900 square foot Fire Station 22 was built in 1977 and can no longer serve the needs of the fire department. Improvements and maintenance over time can no longer adequately address the functional and firefighter health safety issues associated with the building. Additionally, customized apparatus was required due to the size of the bays. The replacement of Fire Station 22 will be constructed 1/3 of a mile east of the existing site. This assessment identifies remediation methods that would be required if the building is to be reused. This presentation is a condensed version of the full report that could be available to council at any time. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Zoran, and he can kind of take us through the report.
Yes, thank you, Eric. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, thank you on behalf of the design team and the construction manager, Wharton Smith. We're very thankful and appreciative of the opportunity to work with the city on this wonderful projects that are coming up, the assessment as well as the new fire stations. Sounds like a lot of exciting things are happening in the city. We're very glad to partner with you on that. So the first one that we wanted to talk about is the assessment of the existing Fire Station 22. Like Eric mentioned, we're obviously moving on to a new fire station. This was an existing property that the city wanted us to evaluate and see what the current status is. And broadly without much direction of what it could be used for, what are some of the basic things that we could, do to improve it, and maybe, what would be the cost that's associated with that. So as part of that, we had a design team of Zev Cohen, which is a civil engineer, and BBM Architecture, BBM structural engineers who worked on the structural evaluation, and then OCI engineers who provided the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing as, under our leadership, Schenkel Schultz Architecture, for the whole project. So the first, I'll kind of summarize the findings that they worked on specifically for their own disciplines. The first one is the civil and site conditions for the project. And you can see a lot of it. We won't try to go in too much detail with every one of these things, but the way the evaluation was done is, in terms of the land zoning, there wasn't really anything restricting land zoning currently and in the future that would prevent this facility from being used. The biggest trigger point on the site and civil was really if the project was expanded. In other words, if there was an addition that would increase the footprint of the current existing building, then that would trigger a significant amount of changes and revaluation and re-permitting. That would be quite costly and unquantifiable at this time. But if the project stayed in the current footprint as is, there wasn't really any major significant site conditions that would limit the development of the project. And so you can kind of see how the project is developed. There's a developed portion of the project, an undeveloped portion of the project as well. And there's an existing lift station on site. So you can go to the next slide. As part of the evaluation and the due diligence, the civil engineering company performed a survey of the existing site. In terms of the vegetation and trees, as were mentioned, they discovered that there's only one significant historic tree that's on site. That would be a limit in terms of trying to relocate some of the site and parking. But other than that, like they presented it, as long as we don't disturb the current footprint, there's no problem with development or repurposing the building as is. In addition to that, there was no significant restrictions as far as water on the property. There was a little bit of water on the undeveloped portion, but the developed portion of it did not have any water limitations and restrictions. And in addition, there is a flood zone, as you can see, a little bit south from the site, but there is no direct impact on the property within its boundary from that. And then moving on the inside of the building, so we'll go through the different disciplines a little bit as a summary. So first, we'll spend a little bit of time talking about the plumbing. The plumbing conditions of the buildings were, a lot of that is the existing plumbing piping and plumbing systems in the building. And the engineers indicated that system typically has 40 to 50 years life. And we're kind of at the tail end of the useful life for those systems. In addition to that, a lot of the piping and additions, as Eric mentioned, those stopgap measures over the years were done in a way that were the building to be reused or repurposed for something currently, it would have to be corrected and properly reconstructed so that it meets all the requirements per code. In terms of the mechanical systems and the air conditioning system, this was something, as the engineers indicated, was updated recently in 2016. And so it has 8 to 12 years lifespan for these types of system in the current soil condition environment that we have. One of the things that is to note for this system was the fact that the air conditioning system, the DX system that is currently over there, was installed, the air handling unit is in the apparatus bay, which most of the time is open as part of the apparatus vehicles. And so as a result, it's exposed to the external elements a lot more than a typical air handling unit would be in a building that is enclosed. So as a result, it has reduced the life expectancy of that, and so it would need to be replaced in the near future. And there's several other criteria that are all cross-linked together. In other words, there's going to be some outdated refrigerant that has to be outplaced. So as part of that, additional equipment that would probably last maybe a little bit more than 10 years would have to be replaced sooner because of some of the other connected design features. The electrical system is the original electrical system from 45 years ago when the station was fully designed. It has a generator that's fairly recent, in 2003. The generator still has some useful life into it. However, the design team proposed that generator be decommissioned from use at the fire station and a possible new use be found within other needs for the city and the municipality. In addition, other needs, obvious needs, the engineering team reported that the wiring, the entirety of the wiring would have to be redone in the facility because of the age of the facility. A lot of several other things connected to electrical things. The lighting is outdated as well. Over the years, the fire department has tried to keep up and improve on efficiency on the lighting, but that would have to be completely replaced as well to maintain energy compliance.
Let's check out the real MVP right there, the original 1976 fluorescent lights, right? I mean, that was a great investment back then.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, certainly. So yes, so the wiring would have to be replaced. A lot of receptacles, grounding systems, a lot of it, which is why this proposal takes into consideration a complete overhaul of the electrical systems as part of the improvement of the facility. And then there's several others that are non-existent at all. So the building currently does not have any fire alarm system, which would have to be included in the remodel and refurbishment. There are some standalone smoke detectors that are included, so there is some safety as part of it, but any future improvements would have to include a fire alarm system.
Is that just because they're so confident in their own, and that's why they need no fire alarm?
I'll let the fire department answer that question. And then the technology system, as you can imagine, on a 40, 50-year-old building, so there's a lot of newer developments that were added over the years to keep up with the ever-changing changes in technology. So the system is fairly new, however, the cabling needs to be updated in that as well. So the small technology component of systems within the building would have to be updated as well. And then jumping over to structure, the major summary of the structural system is that the building is actually, as we would call it, has pretty good bones. So structurally, it's a concrete masonry unit, CMU building, as we would call it, and it's It's lasted pretty good. It's done a great job. There's no significant foundation problems. There was some localized settlement over the years, most of it coming from just the weight of the apparatus vehicles, specifically in the apparatus bay. But there was no major foundation or walls problems with the building. In terms of the rest of the walls and features of the building, we'll kind of summarize existing walls on the exterior, just a lot of small improvements, repainting, repatching of any cracks. The biggest thing would be the facility would need to have updated exterior windows, because the current exterior windows are single pane and are significantly less energy efficient than any new building that would be permitted to be built today. And then the roof in its entirety has to be replaced. Additionally, interior-wise, still pretty good condition, existing walls, repainting, repatching, no major issues seen over there. Restrooms and facilities would need to be refinished with some additional ceramic and other finished materials, fixtures over there as well. And then one of the final things that the city asked us to review was the code compliance and possibilities of the building as is. And so one of the main things is the building currently is, like I said, CMU building, but it has wood truss construction. And so as such, it falls under a restriction within the Florida building code. And so that limits what the building could be used for. Thankfully, not a lot, but there is still some limitation. So it's a type 4 building construction as such. But we could still use that building for any business occupancy, for small assembly occupancies, mercantile. Again, assembly is a little bit more tricky and depends on how large that assembly is, but there's an opportunity for that. And this is just a quick summary of all the repairs and changes that Wharton Smith, summarized over here as we were working through. So, working with us to replace, all the existing plumbing, to replace the entirety of the HVAC system, all the components, electrical replace, all the panel switches, all the wiring of the building. So, a complete refurbishment in terms of the mechanical and electrical systems. Architecturally, to replace and repaint the exterior of the building, replace all the windows, and replace the roof, upgrade the technology system to low voltage, proper cabling, install fire alarm system, which was missing, install fire suppression system, obviously very helpful for insurance purposes and other requirements. And then the fire separation, we talked about this one a lot. It really, those are conditions that would have to be addressed when the actual building and proposed use of the facility comes into play, because it can vary so much in terms of how many tenants use the facility, if it's split, between several tenants, or it's a single tenant. So if it's a single tenant, obviously fire rating separation within the building itself is not a problem. But if you put multiple tenants, that has to be considered as well. So. And then this is the rough order of magnitude estimate that we worked with Wharton Smith to develop, and you can see all of the above elements and systems to be modified is providing a $1.1 million estimate cost for that work.
So speaking a little bit about the schedule, so design for new Fire Station 22 is scheduled to be completed mid-2024, with construction completed towards the end of 2025. With the existing fire station we vacated and available for whatever modifications are anticipated by the end of 2025. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to James to speak a little bit about the possibility of using the existing site and the adjacent site to solve some of the parking problems at the community center.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Eric. James Hurst, Parks and Rec Director. Thank you, City Council. So we touched on this briefly early in the year, but this priority does fall under our safe and reliable services. Back in February, the Chief and I did present some of the findings that you'll see in the next couple of slides, so it's kind of just rehashing and going over it. So we'll go to the next one, Eric. Yep. So as we can see, there is no ability to have on-site expansion due to the historic oaks that we have in the playground and behind the building, that the site design does meet the Land Development Code, Chapter 11. Then when we looked at the east side of where the current Fire Station 22 and that vacant lot is, obviously currently the parking there is pretty inadequate for what we need it for. So to the east where the station is and the vacant lot is accessible connection to the community center. The LDC does require 193 spaces, but I believe that requires 4 people per car, so it's a little bit outdated as well. So currently we have 109 spaces provided, and then when we looked at a historical data and people using the community center, we recommend a minimum of about 250 spots would be required to kind of make parking adequate at the community center. And then just quickly, this picture here, I think you've seen before the design. We showed this in February, but we do have 15 existing parking spaces at Fire Station 22. Phase 1, which I believe is the green, would give us 70 spaces, and Phase 2 would give us about 42 spaces without the building there. And that's it, and I'll turn it back over to Eric.
So today we were requesting direction from council regarding the future of Fire Station 22. Option 1 being to rehabilitate the existing facility for an alternate use at an estimated cost of $1.1 million. And option 2 would be the removal of the building and develop the current site and adjacent parcel for additional parking for the community center. Really, due to the conceptual nature of the presented parking plan and the unknowns pertaining to the existing site, a specific cost for that has yet to be determined. And we'd be happy to answer any questions you all may have.
So that's a lot of money to rehabilitate this building, no doubt.
It is.
We can all see that. But I am interested, though, in knowing how much it will cost to tear it down and put up a parking lot.
And we can do that. We can. We do need to do some assessment of the existing site, but we can have our contractor.
I've got to assume it'll be less money than rehabilitating this building, but I don't know for certain. So I'd be curious to see how much that aspect of this would cost.
We can certainly do that.
What is in the rehab scenario, what is the square footage now and what would it be then? Same?
It would be the same.
Correct, yes. It is almost 3,000 square feet right now, and it would stay the same.
And help me just go through the parking spaces again. So if you rehab the building, you get how many spaces?
So if we rehab the building, we would hopefully could continue with Phase 1, which would give us the 70 spaces.
The 70?
Yep.
In addition to what you have at the community center now?
And yeah.
But that falls short of?
What we need, yeah. What we're recommending.
And you calculated what you need based on what?
Historical attendance.
Attendance
Yep.
at the facility.
So that includes rentals, programs,
And
things like that.
is there another piece of property in close proximity that represents an opportunity for additional parking or not?
On vacant land or?
Yeah, is there a lot for sale?
I'm not 100% sure on that
I'm
one.
not aware of any at this point.
Maybe in the back.
There's about 6 spots at the Shell station across the street.
No, I mean, there's a lot nearby, right, Carl?
Correct. Just south of the existing parking lot across the canal, there was a vacant lot that was explored for parking. That has a drainage ditch across the middle of it, has a lot of historic oaks. We did an evaluation on how many spots we could add. I want to say it was maybe 45 or so at tops. I know it was very limited in buying the land and then getting the people across the canal to the community center was
too
another
complicated,
struggle.
okay.
So it was going to be extremely expensive per spot to do that and add that in as an option. So that was ruled out as part of the parking evaluation study at the time.
Okay. So you will almost never hear me say this.
Can't wait.
Sure you can't. But based on the historical roots of the building, based on the need for the community center for more parking and on and on and on, this is one of those very, very rare times that I'm thinking that this almost becomes a ballot question, because you all may disagree with me, but I have a hard time making a decision on behalf of the community and not really understanding their gut feeling about all of this. Go ahead, tear it apart, that's okay.
I guess, well, I won't tear it apart. I guess my concern is the amount of money it will not only cost to rehabilitate the building, but then how much are we
Right.
going to spend
And who,
to
who,
maintain,
and who,
and will
who would be
maintain?
paying for that?
And
In
if-
other words,
if-
this could be a fundraiser.
If this was a fundraiser, if our historical society could raise the 1.1 million approximately, and then be able to maintain this structure, that would be great. But that's a lot of fundraising. So I guess before I want to proceed, though, is I do want to know the cost of
Fair
tearing-
question, absolutely a fair question.
Now, and putting
Yep.
up a parking lot, because how much will that cost? I would guess maintaining a parking lot would not be as expensive as maintaining that building, obviously, although occasionally we'd have to
Let's look at the
blacktop.
numbers and we'll see, they can
But
get
let's
that
get
for
the
us.
numbers,
Good.
but possibly you may have hit on something here where we do put it on the ballot, because maybe the voters do need to decide, and while I know there'll be voters that have been here for a long period of time, new voters may not want to spend that amount of money. We're only gonna find out that way. So I'm not opposed to that idea. I actually agree with you, so.
Okay, Councilperson Pontieri, you had a face, so help me with it.
I know, my poker face was not on. So I think my concern with putting something like this on the ballot, and I am very much in favor in allowing people to express their point of view via the ballot, is I think there's so many different components of this, there's so many things we have to look at. I don't know that you can quite encapsulate all of that on a ballot. So in other words, I'm looking at, yes, we need to know how much it's going to cost to demolish the building, but I'm also concerned, based on what's up on the screen now, is this with us saving the canopy, not affecting the older trees? I mean, how does this affect the ecology of that property?
Well, that would be part of the assessment to determine that. We would have to do an assessment of the adjacent property to make sure that we're addressing all of those issues.
Okay, so that's a vital piece of information for me. I'm in favor of saving Fire Station 22. I know it will be costly, but the way I'm looking at our city right now as a city where we've got a lot of residents who have been here a long time. They're proud Palm Coast residents, and they want a welcoming center. They want something that's really going to kind of be a namesake in the community, and I think that's very important, especially as we are looking to kind of not be so much a hidden gem anymore, right? We are trying to make a footprint in the state of Florida, and I think that this is a very big part of that. I also think it will help as far as economic development. I think it'll help as far as really promoting our parks and all the different activities that we have. And one of our things that we're looking at with this joint municipality meeting with Flagler Beach and Bunnell and Beverly Beach is to how do we draw people away from Flagler Beach to help with traffic and show them our other attractions. Well, a welcoming center is a perfect way to do that. It's great for tourism. So there's a lot of benefits to it. I think I definitely need more information just based on what we've seen today, and this is a great start, but I would like to see what the cost of tearing this down is. I would like to see what it's going to do to the ecology. And then as far as the parking spaces go, it looks like that based on your data that you were talking about, Mr. Hurst, we would need 141 more. And are you saying, and I just want to clarify, are you saying that if we did save the fire station, we would only get 70 more? Was that what I heard?
Yeah, with the
Okay.
parking for the facility.
You're getting half what you need.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. So then I guess my question is if historically we need 250 parking spaces, if people go to the community center and there's no parking, are they just leaving? I mean, what's happening now?
Either leaving, if you want to come enjoy the park or the basketball court and there's no parking, you're probably going to go somewhere else. They might go to across the street at Mediquick or to the gas station. I think in our previous presentation we explored partnerships with those areas, and 2 of them were for it. We just reached out to Florida Healthcare again this week to kind of get some details, and they're getting back to us about maybe some overflow parking, but that comes at a cost with some insurance costs and things like that. So, or they're just parking down the street, making unsafe make it unsafe conditions.
Did you factor in, so the new Southern Community Center, is that going to relieve any parking spaces or in terms of events at the existing community center? I mean, there should be some effect there, right?
There could be. The rooms that we do have over there at the community center are a lot bigger than the rooms we're going to have at the Southern Rec Center. So there would be some alleviation, but I don't foresee too much. Like, we can't have a wedding at the new Southern Rec Center or anything.
No, but so all of the programs at the Southern Activity Center will be unique?
It would be based on, there'll be some camps, but it'd be based on probably pickleball, some tennis programs, and then we may look at some Zumba and exercise classes. But that would, if we could, that would probably be an extension of what we already host. Yeah.
I just, sorry, just one more funding question. If we were to, well, I guess my overall question for this project, what fiscal year will we need to budget for this?
Councilmember, which element?
So I mean, if it looks like they're going to be, what did you all say, they'd be moving out based on this projection in 2026? Was that what I saw?
5.
Okay, so if we're going to then start using this for overflow parking, when do we have to budget for overflow parking, and or if we were to save Fire Station 22, when do you project we would have to budget for that?
Well, I'll look to Eric and Carl on this, but it depends on the design. Let's just take option 1. If we move forward with demolition, I believe it was option 1, I'm sorry, with demolition and designing of the parking lot, there's permitting, there's things of that nature, and it's a phase approach. I'll just turn it over to Carl to clarify.
Yeah, so as we're working on our 5-year CIP in the upcoming budget in '24, our intent was to begin some design work. If we were going to move forward with parking, we would begin design work, some geotechnical data. When we did the community center parking, we did hit a lot of muck and had to excavate some of that subsoil, so that's why the costs right now for the parking is unknown. We do need to pipe a ditch, we need to size that pipe, and we do need to do some calculations. So we did have money in upcoming budget to do some site work, to do a design for a parking lot so we could identify the cost. Our intent was, as soon we could begin some of that parking lot when we're doing the site work in the other stations, our hope was that we could dovetail this into some cost savings with a site contractor doing all the fire stations, so we could do it in tandem, so we could begin the off-site around the station site work, and then the demo would follow shortly after they move out, and then we would finish up the site work. But the hope was we could work with the same general contractor, same site contractor for cost savings.
So what I would like to see, so that we can make a fully educated decision on this, is a side-by-side of what it will take to just demolish the building, do the site work for just the parking lot, and a timeline for that versus keeping the building's site work and the timeline for that as well.
Yeah, and part of the building, the numbers you saw today, they obviously can go up or down. Exactly how it's going to be used, if you're going to air condition the bays, are you going to split that room up into multiple meeting rooms, how much demo interior we're going to do, if we're going to rehab the building. That number we gave to you today is just a real rough ballpark. So it could go up drastically depending on how the building is going to get utilized. So, I don't want to be held to 1.1 million, because it could be 2 million depending on what we end up wanting to use that building for. So I just, and the number of parking spaces based on what we do with the building. Some of this new parking may use for that rehab of the building function. So, we could make it all work. I just didn't know if you want us to work on both in tandem to help work on a program for the building so we can have a real better number on the building rehab. I guess we're just looking for direction on where to spend the dollars on both projects, getting more refined pricing on both, or did we want to just get more finite pricing on the parking lot and just use our $1.1 million we have now estimate?
So if everybody's in agreement, can we just ask them to get the dollars on the parking lot? Let's do that first. Let's don't spend the extra dollars, because you gave us a starting point for the rehab, and quite frankly, we don't know yet what its use would be, so it would be impossible for you to calculate. So if we did the parking lot number, and then we can have another conversation, does that work for everybody?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you know, it's, without those numbers, it's hard to make a decision. And I assume the cost of doing either will increase when we get down the road anyway. So this is today's dollars, so we have to figure that 1.1 million could turn into 1.6 million or more down the road. Unless our economy flips around, who knows, but,
Our hope is, you know, in a year from now that we'll begin site work on the two fire stations,
Yeah.
22, 26, and then we could, you know, begin the site work here. So, you know, when we have a design done and complete, it would probably be, you know, winter time, early next calendar year sometime, and then we could start working with our Wharton Smith on a GMP and get a real, you know, pretty good estimate for you.
yeah. And I just think we all should keep an open mind in both directions here, because we do want to honor our fire station, our firemen, and our history, but we also do need parking. We're kind of between, you know, a tree and its bark on this situation, as they say.
Just for posterity, though, I just wanted to express my position that I have an allegiance to the Historical Society, and I would like to see that the fire station continues to be part of our community. In the future, these parking lots are awesome, but no BS. In the future, parking lots are going to be a thing that we're concerned with. You'll tell your car to go park 10 years from now. This is a fire department that if we get rid of it, it's never going to be able to be rebuilt the same way it was. This is a critical part to our city, and I just want to reaffirm my position.
Are you volunteering for the first boot drop to raise the first $1 million bucks?
I'll write the check. I won't sign it, but it'll be in the mail. I appreciate your contact.
Thank you for your comment. Gentlemen, thank you, and do you have enough direction where we're going?
Comment?
I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Okay, I'd just like to add also that there are a lot of different things to be considered here, and all of the comments that have been made by council here, I'm pretty much on the same page. We do need more information. However, I am in favor of the Historical Society and keeping our firehouse in place, if at all possible, and also possibly turning it into part of it into a welcome center. I do believe that the community would be all for this, and hopefully we can find a way to alleviate the parking situation. But thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlemen, thank you very much. With that, we will now move to item F on the agenda, which is final public participation. Are there any members of the public that would like to address City Council at this time? Yes, sir.
Should get some type of endurance reward.
I'll be short. Gene Dowd, Palm Coast. Mayor, up on Pine Lakes, if you go there tomorrow, there's a road closure because of stormwater damage to the pipes. And I think it's great that City Council has been listening to the city staff. I hope they're really listening when you talk about stormwater. I've said that before. I would also encourage, I think it was said by you, Mayor, that this year we can't talk about how roads were funded, maintenance in the past, but for next year, we should look at how we can fund maintaining our roads. We've let them go too far. And my stepson's in the mid-30s. He went and bought an EV. He'll never go back to gas. I'm close to 70. I'm never going to buy an EV. But I think it should be open-minded. And the last thing I'd like to talk about, I always do, is to thank the first responders, all the men and women that serve our country today or in the past, all fire, police, EMTs, especially the ones that have given their lives in the line of duty, and of course the city staff. The other day I was getting my slice of pizza and 4 guys walked in from the water department, different ages, different heights, absolutely soaking wet from sweat. We're not all in air conditioned. They're very much appreciated, and I will also like to thank customer service. I had to call them the other day. Very professional. And last, I don't thank them often enough, but the directors are amazing. They're consistent on one thing. They always thank their staff. They don't stand up here and take credit when they do the presentations, and that says a lot for staff, city manager. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Yes, sir.
Hi, Greg Johnston. I'm with the Historical Society.
and I'd like to throw a little wrench in the whole discussion. I have 56 acres, which the staff knows about, right on Palm Coast Parkway. It's the next step if you go across Palm Coast Parkway going east, South Palm Coast Parkway. I'm right there, right at Clubhouse Drive. So I have land there, and I'd like to put the option in that we can trade land, we can trade properties, or we can give the city property to make up for redoing the fire station, although if you redo it too much, then it loses its historical value. We'd like to occupy that building. I'd like to maybe form I'm just throwing out ideas. I can form a nonprofit and swap properties with you, give you ingress and egress, all parking access at all times on that property. So I didn't realize there was property to the east of that, but that's a lot of parking. I go by there every day just about, and there's a lot of cars parked on the side there when there's a big meeting or the voting's going on, but there's not 70 cars extra there. I mean, it's great to have extra parking, but I'm sure most of that parking will be vacant most of the time. So just an idea. I know I talked to you before on that, and I approached Jason just this morning, just before the meeting, and he said, well, that would be up to the city council. So I don't really have anybody I can go to and
So Dr. Johnson, what I would suggest to you, I really appreciate your coming forward today, is perhaps make a date with the city manager, and she can figure out who in staff you want to have a preliminary discussion with, and then city manager can decide how to bring that forward to city council. Is that appropriate?
Oh, absolutely, Mayor.
Very good. I'm familiar with your property, so yes, that would be, so that's a direction. So if you'll book a date there and you can start to have that conversation. I appreciate your comment and coming forward today. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Can I also just say thank you, Dr. Johnson, much appreciated. That's a tremendous offer.
Thanks. Okay, appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
My name is Alex Mahler. I'm a new resident in Palm Coast. We moved here 2 years ago, but I'm speaking here, first of all, as a new member of the Historic Society. So on both subjects, I support entirely what my colleagues said before, and if we can solve that, it's very important, and I feel that there is a consensus here about the building and its goal. But I want to go back for a moment to a broader picture that brought us to Palm Coast. I made a research when we decided to move to Florida, and I discovered Palm Coast as after surveying the whole coast, actually, north and east, and we found it as a beautiful and livable city. And you probably agree with me about that. But the question is, hearing some of the policies and ideas shared here, how you as a council intend to give guidance to keep it beautiful and livable? And just to give an example of what happened in other places, I will give the example of Sarasota. A beautiful city, a very livable city. Go now there, and it's absolute hell. And the issue that happened there, and hopefully won't happen here, the leaders of the city decided that they want development, and they got development, but destroyed the city. And it's not an extraordinary city somewhere else. It's in Florida, and I am very concerned that the same thing might happen here. And it's nice to hear that we are only at the beginning of the incentives, which is a good side. but what is the policy that you would like to bring to keep what we call in a domain that wasn't mentioned here, beautiful and livable in the design and development of the city? I heard nothing. I appreciate indeed the professionalism and the details that the staff presented, but I don't have the feeling that the character, the vision that brought us and probably others to the city has been considered. And with that, I will leave it here.
Thank you, and I'll just give you a very quick answer to your question. I don't know if you made note of it during the presentation that the assistant city manager made, but we are about to embark on the review of our comprehensive plan, which will be an invitation to all residents, staff, and everyone to participate. So I think that would be your place to learn about and to contribute to what you would like the future Palm Coast to look like and be like.
But just a note, the future can be well determined from the past. And that's why I am here also as a member of his. The past, I learned in the brief time, we are here only 2 years, in the brief time that we live here, we found out there is a history to Palm Coast. And it's a quite interesting history in its development and in its architecture. There are all sorts of architectural elements that the museum or the society has. They have not been explored and developed. So there are options there. I won't go here now and all that, but indeed, there is material to work with and not to ignore it. The only thing I want to say, let's not make Palm Coast a Boca Raton or Sarasota again. So that's all.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Are there, yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Greg Blasset, President and CEO of the Palm Coast Flagler Regional Chamber. I attended today for a variety of those presentations, not the least of which was the Strategic Action Plan, and I wanted to come up here and commend y'all for that conversation that you had about the Strategic Action Plan. It's been a while since I've spoken to y'all, but several months ago, maybe it was during the development of the last Strategic Action Plan, I shared that the Chamber supported the city's Strategic Action Plan, and I wanted to highlight a couple of areas that were discussed today. The first being the regional model for medical training and careers, and to develop the economic opportunity tools and incentives that Barbara talked about today. As you know, we must diversify this local economy, not just when we look at the types of jobs that exist within Palm Coast and the types of industries, but also diversify where our ad valorem tax revenue comes from. So we need more commercial, we need different types of jobs to help make this community and our economy stronger. So in other words, we have tons of local tourism jobs, that's great. But when I see medical training and careers, that gets me excited because this truly is a part of the plan, and so I hope you support that moving forward. In terms of the comprehensive plan update, Mr. Mayor, that you just mentioned, I've been watching all of these meetings. The importance of that and the clarity that it provides for the future of Palm Coast, I think, is significantly important. It could be one of the most important things that we do in 10, 15, 20 years, updating that comprehensive plan. But earlier in the meeting, there were comments made about smart growth, and I think that the residents don't get to see what I get to see as chamber president because I'm in a privileged position to be in a lot of different conversations, and that is that smart growth is being used, and we are engaging in that process. The idea that we are going to have a future of Palm Coast that is just as strong on Parks and Rec and quality of life as it is today, I think is something that residents should know. And unfortunately, they just don't come to a lot of these meetings or get into the same conversations. But as we talk about growing, not just Palm Coast, but Flagler County, maintaining that connection to our environment, which I think is just being a part of Floridian, living here and enjoying that is going to be very important. The economic development incentives, just the highlight that I wanted to make there was, you heard the comments, but it bears repeating from somebody else that's not Barbara on your staff, that we are starting from scratch. That was literally her quote, and we're at the beginning because we are. And so This process is also seriously important and will pay dividends and bear fruit for this community for a long time to come, but focusing on the diversification of where are the industries coming from, focusing on building more commercial, I think is very important and something that the Chamber will support. One last thing, pad-ready sites. She mentioned it, and that was huge. And a shout out to one of your staff members, Angeline Davis, who was recognized as an up-and-coming star. Is she from the Florida Public Relations Association, I believe? So just another great talented staff member that I get to work with that, you know, maybe, I don't know if you get to meet him, but really proud of your staff, a lot of hardworking people, so thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Any other members of the public like to address City Council at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close the public comment section of the agenda, and I'll come back to City Council. Any final comments from today?
Just a couple quick things.
Good.
From our city manager, I'd just like to know, because I've had some inquiries as to when the ordinance for us to consider with the signage will be coming before council.
Yeah, we just had an update provided by our staff. We're in line with the previous timeline shared. I believe it was on May 16th. That we're in the draft mode, and we're moving into stakeholder mode.
Okay, so.
With a goal, I believe, Jason, is it September to come to council? Approximately September.
All right, well, I would hope we would be able to get this soon. I hear get lots of calls from real estate agents especially, and that will help their business in this market, and that's an important thing to them. So that's fine. And then also I'd like to know if our attorney has any updates on the Waste Pro situation.
Do you want to?
I can wait.
Yeah, I think that's part of what you're going to do, right? Yes. So final comments from City Council members?
Mr. De Lorenzo, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I needed to pull up that email with the schedule in it. We are targeting August the 16th for planning board hearing. And then September timeframe for a city council workshop, in October, late September or October for the ordinance.
So I just want to provide council an update from the joint meeting with the municipalities from that was at Flagler Beach's City Hall. And I'll try to go quickly the high points. It was about 2 hours and 40 minutes, I believe, so we covered a lot. The main purpose of the meeting was to address how we all jointly plan on handling the inevitable influx of residents over the next 5 years, particularly in the areas of traffic at our beach, and specifically at kind of that core, right where, you know, we've got all the restaurants and the bars and things like that. There was a point made that the population is anticipated to be 200,000 in Flagler County by 2028. So we are kind of behind the curve already on this issue. So the point was just to look at ways that we can work together to be able to successfully manage growth, specifically how one another's resources can contribute to each other as far as close in proximity and as far as residents go, you know, municipalities. The City of Flagler Beach's main concern is the fact that they are quite literally running out of land for beachgoers, and it's only going to get worse in the next 5 years. So they're just looking for some ways and suggestions to kind of address this, whether that means more access points to the beach, whether that means marketing other outdoor activities other than the beach, economic development, moving north and south to kind of spread out that core. So that was the main crux of the meeting. I think Palm Coast was the only one with one representative there. I know, Mayor, you had another engagement at the time, and so, you know, I would welcome somebody else to come as well, because, I mean, it truly was more of like a brainstorming session more than anything else, and I think it is beneficial. We are going to have quarterly meetings, and I think legal is looking into the notice requirements and things of that nature, so we can make sure we're in compliance with all those requirements. But this is going to be something that's ongoing, and it was very open, and it was very much a brainstorming type of activity. So I think it's positive that we're all working together, and look forward to someone else also joining me, and then I'll bring some ideas to council as we move on. Today's been kind of a long meeting, so I'll save some of the things. We're not going to have another meeting for 2.5 months anyways, but just wanted to give you guys an update as to how that went.
Yes, I'd like to bring it to attention of the council. I met with our city manager yesterday, and I also let her know that I will not be available on July 25th because I will be in New York. I will be there for the 20th year anniversary of my son's death. So I'm so sorry that I won't be able to be here on the 25th. Thank you.
I have no comments.
So with that, I will move to City Attorney.
Yes, so I've been in back and forth talks with the attorney from Waste Pro, Amy Shea, and we'd like to move to going into negotiations with them regarding the administrative charges, liquidated damages that were assessed by the city. And my suggestion would be meet together with the parties that be and get together and discuss it. And then if that doesn't turn out fruitful, then we can move into get a third-party mediator to come in and assist. So that was the suggestion from Waste Pro, and they would like to know before we move forward on this path that that's supported by the city council. So I don't need a formal vote. I just need a head nod if everybody's on the same page with that.
I think negotiating, trying to solve this and moving forward, and maybe even not needing mediation, but if needed, do it.
That's the hope.
But let's
Yeah.
get this solved and move forward. There's no reason this should fall into
Thumbs up and a head
something else.
nod
Yeah, I agree.
unanimously.
Good.
Okay, thanks, everyone. No, we just have to, just reminding everybody, we have to, another quick meeting after this.
City Manager?
Just a quick comment. I just want to wish everyone a safe and fun 4th of July. And I want to applaud all of our community partners of coming together and having a county-wide program. And I hope to see everyone there.
Good. Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we stand adjourned. Now, we're going to immediately open up another city council special business meeting. The purpose of the meeting is because we had a time certain date on a return to city council for a development
Request.
The applicant will not be ready and is asked to be removed from the agenda. So that is the only item on the upcoming agenda items. So do I have to go through each of the items?
Quickly.
Okay, so quickly. So call to order.
You can probably skip the Pledge of Allegiance if,
Yes.
again, if council doesn't mind that.
Okay, so we'll skip that. Roll call, I guess I will need.
Mayor Alfin?
Here.
Vice Mayor Danko?
Hungry.
Councilmember Hyder?
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus?
Heyo.
Councilmember Pontieri?
Still present.
All members are present.
I will open up this item for public participation. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment? Seeing no one approach the podium, I will close the public comment portion of the agenda. And Counselor, I guess you're going to need to read in that ordinance.
I will. This is ordinance regarding rezoning application 5276, Fifth Amendment to the Palm Coast Park MPD, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, providing for the Fifth Amendment to the Development Agreement for the Palm Coast Park Master Plan Development, allowing residential uses in tracts previously designated for non-residential uses, converting some office and commercial entitlements to allow additional industrial uses and an additional 750 residential units, allowing permitted uses to be relocated to other tracts within the MPD, clarifying standards for parkland dedications and park impact fees, allowing the city the option of having the declarant provide the right-of-way for future roadway connecting Bell Terra Parkway to US 1, providing for legislative findings and intent, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. We received a request from the applicant in this case to continue this matter. We don't have a date certain, so we just need a motion and a second to continue it and then a vote.
So moved.
I have a motion from Councilmember Clufus, a second from Councilmember Pontieri. Is there any further discussion? I will open up for public comment. Are any members of the public like to comment on this ordinance at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment, come back to the dais. Any final discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Does the clerk have the count?
The motion passes.
Very good. I will end with additional chance for public participation. Any members of the public like to come forward to address City Council at this time? Seeing no one come to the podium, I'll close public participation. And we'll go through the regular, any discussion by City Council members about this item? Nope. Okay, City Attorney?
I'm just going to mention we have a closed session after this.
Right.
That everyone should be aware of.
And City Manager?
Nothing.
Motion to adjourn?
Yes.
I have a motion
Second.
and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. We are adjourned. Now, would you like to take a break?
Yes.
Okay.